give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, take a shot.
Also still staying for time, no?
Good morning, everybody. I'm just waiting for that saxophone. Come on, Saxy. Come on, Saxy. There we go. Gotta wait for that Saxy every time before we hop in the show. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Finally back on in the morning. We're going to be doing a little bit of a different show. We used to do it back in the day. Gosh, it's been probably almost a year ago, really. Maybe a couple months away from a year ago. Where we used to take live calls all the time, and then it just became an issue with Google Voice because I don't have some fancy soundboard, and so it always became an issue not being able to screen share while we take phone calls. And then a couple weeks ago, we were trying to do a show with Commercial Zone, and she can only join on the phone, unfortunately, and so I was like, shoot, I need to figure out a way. There's other people that are more comfortable to call in instead of join panel, but still would like to say things. So I was like, I really need to think of an idea. I had gotten a soundboard last fall, and it was just a backfire. It never even worked right, and the audio was just shit. So I just gave up on it at that point. Trying to purchase a decent soundboard, economic wise, is like trying to find a new freaking car. You just have to take your time and go look. We got time for work and practice a drone and getting footage. We'll get to that later, though. But I came up with an idea, and I tested it out, and it worked. So I will go ahead and have the phone line open the whole show if anybody does want to call in. We're going to be going over the breaking news. There's some new stuff with the Audrey Cunningham we're going to be covering. We're going to be talking about different cases. There's an Amber Alert that just came out. It's going to be a breaking news kind of day. I know we got a verdict watch for the Harmony Montgomery trial. We'll sneak in there. So if I don't catch any of the breaking news, let me know, and we'll go right to it. But I will be looking like I always do on these morning shows. Good morning, Kib Kitty, ticket number 4. What's up, Diana? Ticket number 5. It's rainy out this morning. Katrina, ticket number 7. K Miller, golden, ticket number 8. Looking forward to this. Don't forget to hit that like on your way in and let us know your ticket number in chat. Thank you, Kelly. Hearts and coffee. I always need a reminder to take a sip of coffee. Yum. Good morning, Skittles, ticket 9. Or is it afternoon over there? It's afternoon, right? Good morning. Mark and Betty, ticket 11. Latitude, ticket 13. Nina, ticket number 1. Making coffee. What's up, Katrina? Collateral damage, 15. Look at that new icon photo. That looks neat. That looks really neat. Jeannie, ticket 16. Good morning. Melissa, what's up? Nice to see you back again. Ticket 20. Pebbles, good morning. The PPP crew. Speaking of the PPP, if anybody wants to try some dumb shit on the phone, I'll hang up on your ass. You know. You know how I am. Good morning. I'm not getting any. Who needs to hurry? What's up, Good Vibes? Ticket 25. Thank you. I like that. Good Vibes, ticket 25. What's up, JC? John Morgan, ticket 17. What's up? Oh, thank you so much. I love highlighting the other talented creator we have out there. Grismatically clever. If you're not subbed, you need to. And if anybody needs any kind of transcriptions or videos or anything like that, hit them up. And if you can't hit them up, hit me up. And I'll hit them up. What's up, Caddy? Ticket 26. Thank you. My sinuses are killing me today. I ain't got no migraine. Ticket 26 last night. That was skating on ice last night. And then we had that audio issue with the visual. I was like, oh my gosh, this took Claritin. Oh no, is it going to backfire? Oh, hold on a second. Contribution call out. Thank you so much, Pebbles, for becoming a member. You know what? We got this little thing here. Hold on. Like I said, I ain't got no soundboard, but we have some of this. We're going to start doing this for the contribution call out. And if anybody on the phone wants to get smart, we got a little bit of something like that. That's what we got for them people on the phone. Pebbles, thank you so much. Contribution call out. Thank you for becoming a member. And anybody else that is going to become a member, just became a member, or is a member, if you don't have the membership playlist link, here it is for you. Go enjoy. Go enjoy. We'll be doing some members only stuff actually coming up here in about a week. I'm going to be heading up to Delphi, and whenever we do these trips, I do these members onlys where we hang out together while I'm on these trips and stuff. So when I go up to Delphi, I'm going to be getting some new footage. I got a bunch of new footage of the Alabama-Indiana manhunt. And I'll still be getting some more over the next few days, and some conversations. So we're going to have our own special Monday night regarding the Alabama. Silky will be joining us from Alabama. It's going to be a great show. We're going to have our own Alabama-Indiana manhunt special. Because what's News Nation going to do? They're just going to rehash some dumb shit. They're not even going to get everything straight, and we're going to give you the real shit with real people, real footage. That's what we're going to do. Monday. Can't wait. But when I go to Delphi, we'll be doing members onlys, hanging outs with members, and then I'll be getting footage for you guys for that too, and we'll be having a show on that as well with Silky. Shout out Silky. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What's up, JC, 49er girl? Oh, no. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Seriously, there's the link if anybody would like it. Good stuff. What's up? Hold on 1 second. We got to do the contribution call out. And we got to get that applause going. Cindy. Love the icon photo. Peace and sunflowers. Thank you for your contribution to the community. It's all you beautiful people. All you beautiful people that make the community what it is. And when everybody does talk about the community out there, it is a reflection of you, because I'm just 1/4000th of a part of it. And so really all of your, and I don't just mean contribution as in memberships or super chats or any of that. I mean contribution. Even just your contribution to the PPP atmosphere. It makes all the difference in the world. It's all good, 49er girl. It's all good. It's all good. All right. Give me 1 second. We're going to do the switcheroo. We're going to get into some breaking news, and then I'll put the phone number at the top of the screen. If you want to call in, you'll be more than welcome. Just give me 1 second. We'll get it set up. Thank you all for hopping in. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help CJ. All right, this is some creepy stuff here. And if you want to call, you're more than welcome. 330-451-9468. This is creepy. What y'all think of this picture? What y'all think of this picture? It's been November. Wait, yeah, I think it was Moscow because after that, let me see, because I was cleaning up from the fire still. And then what was it? I think it. What was it? I know I just went for Christmas. I thought, no, maybe I didn't go somewhere else. Maybe I didn't. I thought I did. Did I do Delphi? No, I did. The day I did. Oh, yeah, the day I did Delphi. Whoa. Oh my gosh. I never realized that. When I went to Delphi, when I came back home, that's when the frickin' fire happened. Holy crap, I just realized that. Ain't that crazy? All them damn fires that take place up there, and I come back from Delphi, and there's a fucking fire here. Holy shit. Hold on one second. Rosie just joining us. We'll bring her up. How you doing, Rosie?
Hi there, how are you?
Or good evening, I should say.
Good evening.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Doing good. Waking up, energized, got hot coffee in front of me, my notes, a lot of breaking news. We were talking about the Audrey Cunningham case last night, and this is one of these pictures I came across last night on Twitter. Let me share the link real quick. It is from Lizzie Bones, and let me share that. So this is the father of Audrey with the person that committed the crime.
Which one is which?
The one on the left is Audrey's father, and the one on the right is the one that is being charged with Audrey's death.
That's terrible.
Now, I don't know. Now that we've had, Facebooks and stuff like that, I didn't really care to share it. But when it came to this picture, I was like, holy shit. This is kind of, I don't know. What do you guys think of this picture? I don't understand, what kind of relationship is that? Yeah, we watched the vigil yesterday. Contribution call out. Give me 1 second. We'll say shout out to 49er Girl for the gifted membership. Give me 1 second. I have to see who got that. Curiosity. I like that name. It's a little kitty cat. That's cool. Thank you so much, 49er Girl, for the gifted membership. Appreciate that. So I don't know. I'm looking at this picture.
It's hard to tell.
I don't know. It's a weird looking. I'm trying to picture myself with one of my friends, right? And I just don't see us taking that picture.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say my mind didn't jump to anything weird, but I suppose now that you mention it, it's.
I don't know. I just try and picture myself taking it with one of my friends, and I just can't see it. I just can't see it. Man, so sad what took place. So that's Lizzie Bones. Give me 1 second. There's something else I wanted to share. This is from Stormos. I do have this interview. This came out last night, but I wanted to share this link on Twitter for everybody. This is a picture of the victim where he was charged for enticing. And that's what she looks like, and it's like it is a crazy resemblance of what the victim looks like too.
Enticing means.
So, good morning, Mary Golden Ticket 38. It means here, you know what? It's a tough one to say. Let me just type it in
No,
Google here.
I think I know. Um, I thought maybe getting somebody to come with you, or is it different there?
Well, I'm going to give it, well, each state can be different. I'm going to give you the actual definition. Enticing a child in Texas. A person who commits an offense if, with the intent to interfere with the lawful custody of a child younger than 18 years, he knowingly entices, persuades, or takes the child from the custody of the parent or guardian or person standing in the stead of the parent of such guardian of such child. And basically, what took place was, and it's hard even saying it. What took place is he had there was two little girls. He took this little girl and got her in a position where he was unclothing her, but he wasn't able to fulfill the act, and commit the rest of the crime. So basically was enticing and wasn't on his quote record. But the thing is he went by Stephen McDougal. Now, people that spell McDougal, it's spelled a different way than what you think McDougal would be spelled. And at the same time, his first name is Don, not Stephen. So that's why people were saying they were having a hard time trying to look at this background combination of the law not having certain information or not having to register as a offender because it wasn't, it was enticing. It wasn't the actual, right? Even though, come on,
Yeah,
hello, it should be the same damn thing as far as I'm concerned.
absolutely.
So it was in between that, and plus he went by Steven and not Don, and probably for a reason, because then people would probably be able to find out more about Don instead of Steven. So it was a combination of that, but the situation is so odd with how it went down. The dude, so the mom didn't have custody, and you're going to see the mom at different points. The mom didn't have custody. The dad had custody. The dad lived with mom and stepdad, okay? And the guy that committed this crime lived in this trailer out in the front of the property, okay? Like, that's where he lived. So when I'm looking at, that picture, because dad's not talking, grandma's not talking, I'm sitting here and I'm going, okay, she was supposedly supposed to be taken to school. She never made it to school. Then they started asking this guy that's living in this trailer where she's at, and then everything starts to unfold. She was found under a bridge, tied to a brick, and they even had to drain the lake to try and find her, because they couldn't get to her because of the current was so strong. Little brother lived there as well. I didn't know that. Are you serious? I didn't know oh my gosh. Can you imagine? He had numerous aliases too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first sign, right? If you can't actually get clarity on a person's name, then you know what's coming next can't be good.
Yeah, that's probably why he went by Steven and not Don. But this is what's really scary when you look at this, right? I was showing everybody this last night. I'm going to zoom in and zoom back out. Picture this street at night.
You won't even find the street.
At nighttime, the dude right there that has full access, he can look at anybody coming down that road and coming down that road, and he's got nothing but cover on the other side. This dude, look at this. He could literally step out his front door and snag somebody without anybody even being none the wiser. Especially at nighttime. I can't imagine. Who knows? You know, this. I hate to say it, but I'm starting to wonder, like, dude, how many do you got, bro? Like, how many? Because with this, you got you already were enticing before. This was 14 years ago.
14 years ago.
Yeah, what's up, Crystal? Yeah, 14 years ago. 2010, I think, is when that one took place.
So it might just be a case of that's what we know of.
Who says nothing was going on when the dude was 15 years old? You know, the dude is like how old he's been getting away with this shit for this long. And then at the same time, like, does anybody know for sure how long dude was living here? Because this road right here, I can't fucking imagine being a little kid walking home to one of these homes over here, right? Because it's the only freaking road you can go on. Walking home in the daylight or in the nighttime, trying to walk home from playing with your friends or some shit. And dude is easily able to snag your ass up, pull you in his trailer, and then it's like 1122 King Road's house when it came to the back parking lot, and how that back parking lot was just like one of those spots that, for some sick fucker to do some shit like they did at 1122 would be able to do it just fine and in cover in the back parking lot of 1120. This is the same kind of situation. This dude's sitting here living on a trailer, this sick fucker, and he's in a perfect position to snag up any fucking person that's walking home, because this is the only damn road that these kids can go down if they're walking home over here,
Yeah, both cases, it's like they found the right place. It's a little bit terrifying, like if your mind doesn't go there, then a space just looks like a space. But for somebody who's actually, planning this kind of evil, they see opportunity where you see nothing. Yeah.
It makes me wonder. What's up, everybody? Ticket 41. It makes me wonder how many, and I don't even think you'll even know the truth, because if he's this evasive, I mean, he knew he was cell phone data. He knew he was caught up. That's why he took LE to all the different spots that he was at. He knew he was caught up. But he wasn't. He was being evasive as hell. He could have said, "Oh, I put her in the river." He didn't even say it. He just said, "I went here and here and here," and then they saw the river. They noticed damage to a tree that was from his vehicle. They noticed the damage on his vehicle. They started putting two and two together. He did warn that now I don't know if this is true, but because I haven't heard it be confirmed, but I did hear that he said, I thought it was at the press conference, but maybe it was one of the reporters, I think, but him saying that he told them he to drain the lake.
He told them to.
I think.
Like just giving advice, but not actually being straightforward.
Yeah, like not admitting it. He's not going to admit any of this other stuff. Like, I can't. And you know how hard it is for victims to speak up, Like, that's one of the reasons why he only got what he got was because victim didn't want to speak up.
Yeah, I think that needs to be, I don't know, that's something that needs to be accounted for more, trying to understand. It's terrifying for a victim, especially a young victim. I think, I don't know what the way is, but there should be another way. Because, even if you're afraid as a victim, you kind of still have to account for the fact that it will be likely worse with the next person if you manage to get away.
Right, because if you did it, I mean, I don't know. I don't have any room in my soul for shit like that. Even if I know people can change, but shit,
No,
not this
not
shit.
not those. No.
Not this shit. That's why I don't
Needs-
understand people that support. Oh, they could. The fuck they can. Please, I don't want to hear that shit. That's just me, though. It's just me. So I'm gonna go to that interview with that victim. We're gonna be going into different things today. Also, there's actually a search Amber Alert for a missing 3-year-old. I'm gonna play those clips real quick first. If you're having AT&T is having issues today. There's cellular outages reported nationwide. Just as a heads up, they're saying they're having issues with their network, obviously. But I'm gonna after that, we're gonna listen to the first victim. We'll say first because that's when he was charged. I'm not going to say first because I believe this dude was. Yeah, I think this dude was doing it all over the fucking place, and especially where he was living. It's just horrible.
Search for the missing 3-year-old boy in Two Rivers. We have seen coverage on the Amber Alert for Elijah Vu of Two Rivers. We have Emerson Lehman and Emily Roberts live there with the latest information. I want to start at City Hall in Two Rivers with Emerson. Good morning.
Good morning, Tammy. And the Two Rivers community waking up to more questions than answers again this morning as 3-year-old Elijah Vu remains missing. Take a look at this photo on your screen right here. This is 3-year-old Elijah Vu. He's 3 feet tall, weighs 45 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing gray pants, red and green dinosaur slippers, and is possibly carrying a red and white blanket. He also has a birthmark on his left knee. Now, local authorities, the Department of Justice, they've all been a part of the search efforts along with community members. The police spending a lot of time at an apartment complex on Mishicot Road yesterday gathering evidence. Mishicot Road is the last place Elijah was.
This is Green Bay. And oh my gosh, there's not even a like on it. Come on, people, it's free.
Reportedly seen on Tuesday morning. Action 2 News was at a press conference last night. Two Rivers Police Chief Ben Miner telling the community they haven't given up hope and also sharing this important message.
Good morning, Dre.
We continue our efforts. I want to emphasize the importance of remaining vigilant and proactive. Additionally, I want to remind everyone to please refrain from spreading rumors and false information. This can hinder our search efforts for Elijah.
What?
The chief also taking the time to thank the hundreds of community members from not only here in Two Rivers, but across the region who have been showing up to help over the past 2 days as they continue to try and bring 3-year-old Elijah home safely. And our team coverage can.
Alert Station, Action 2 News at 4:30 starts now.
We don't want to think about the bad stuff that may possibly have happened to him, and we're hopeful.
Elijah!
3-year-old. 3.
Being a mother, like I said, I have a 3-year-old boy, so knowing that the community is here supporting is just so comforting to know that, because if this were to happen to my family, I know the community has my back.
The search for a missing 3-year-old in Two Rivers now moves into its second day. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here at 4:30. These are live looks right now at Two Rivers, where the search for Elijah Vu is in its 32nd hour. We have multiple crews on the scene,
32nd
downtown,
hour.
An apartment complex that has been of interest in this case. We'll receive an update from law enforcement. We are told sometime later today. This is an aerial view of search parties this morning as they began their searches. And as we've been following, 3-year-old Elijah was last seen at a home on Mishicot Road yesterday morning around 8 a.m. He was reported missing by an adult caregiver 3 hours later. An Amber Alert was issued yesterday afternoon. Law enforcement, first responders, search crews, as you see, have been combing the area throughout the night and at times collecting any evidence. And that search continues at this hour. Let's bring in our Jason Zimmerman live from Two Rivers as he has been following this all day long. Jason, what are you seeing now? What is happening right now to your knowledge?
Well, Chris, we're hoping to hear from investigators soon. We have not heard from police since the beginning of this search for Elijah Vu. Right behind me now, this apartment complex that we've been talking to, that's right off Mishicot Road. I can tell you that for most of the day, there's been a heavy police presence here. We've seen the DCI as well in the parking lot with their vehicles. So there's been a search that has focused around this this apartment complex, which we believe is a place of interest. It may possibly be the last place where Elijah was seen before he went missing yesterday. I can also tell you it's a spot last night when I was out here on the far side of the building, right where I'm pointing there. That's where police had surrounded that area by the tree, and they found certain items which were put into evidence bags and taken with them. Now, we don't want to speculate on what those items were, but there were several items here, and we don't know whether they were connected to Elijah or not. Police would not comment at the moment they were removing those items, but we do know that evidence has been collected out here and that the search across the city is still ongoing.
Jason, we had some.
I see what they mean, but oh my gosh, that's not good.
No.
It, like they said, it could not be connected. It could be some, because I don't want to say what I instantly thought. I'll just say it's made out of latex, but it could be somebody that walked by and just, threw something or something. Yeah, it's somebody snatched him.
So
3 years old. Out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Did they say it? Sorry, no. Did they say it took 3 hours to see that he was missing?
I gotta listen to this again because what is he doing out in the middle of these two buildings unsupervised in the first place?
Yeah, because I'm kind of wondering, like, the person who was looking after him maybe should check in a little more than every 3 hours. I mean, I don't know the details.
Yeah, we're gonna replay it. I was a little confused there. I'm gonna replay it. What's up, Yvette? Ticket 46. Man, that poor little kid, little 3-year-old.
Live from Two Rivers, as he has been following this all day long. Jason, what are you seeing now? What is happening right now to your knowledge?
Well, Chris, we're hoping to hear from investigators soon. We have not heard from police since the beginning of this search for Elijah Vu. Right behind me now, this apartment complex that we've been talking to, that's right off Mishicot Road. I can tell you that for most of the day, there's been a heavy police presence here. We've seen the DCI as well in the parking lot with their vehicles. So there's been a search that has focused around this this apartment complex, which we believe is a place of interest. It may possibly be the last place where Elijah was seen before he went missing yesterday. I can also tell you it's a spot last night when I was out here.
What does that mean? May possibly have been where's the last place they saw him? What do you mean may have possibly been? What does that mean?
I think he doesn't know why this place has so much focus on it, so he's maybe speculating a little bit, but you can see that's where they're interested. I think. I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but they just showed the mom talking in the beginning of the video. So when you do your reporting, why are you not reporting what So why wouldn't you know where the last place was if you already
Alert
talked
station.
about it?
Action 2 News at 4:30 starts now.
Something doesn't make sense.
We don't want to think about the bad stuff that may possibly have happened to him, and we're hopeful.
I wonder if it is what they found was like latex, and that's why people are saying that shit. And it could be just some kid or adult walking by and tossing it, not saying it happened, but man, they're certainly like the way that they're saying these things, it makes you wonder what evidence makes you think, unless it's like a weapon or something. I mean,
or something of his.
yeah, something obvious.
Being a mother, like I said, I have a 3-year-old boy, so knowing that the community is here supporting is just so comforting to know that.
Good morning,
because
Beth.
if this were to happen to my family, I know the community has my back.
The search for a missing 3-year-old in Two Rivers now moves into its second day. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here at 4:30. These are live looks right now at Two Rivers, where the search for Elijah Vu is in its 32nd hour. We have multiple crews on the scene, both downtown, an apartment complex that has been of interest in this case. We'll receive an update from law enforcement, we are told, sometime later today. This is an aerial view of search parties this morning as they began their searches. And as we've been following, 3-year-old Elijah was last seen at a home on Michigan Road yesterday morning,
and they're beginning their so they're beginning their search again this morning. What time was this? 4:31. That's not the morning. When did they begin their search? This says 4:31 on the TV screen, but it's 1 hour ago. Is this from last night? So hold on, what the fuck? I'm so confused. This is not 4:31. That's not in the morning. This is live. Watch, he says live.
Sometime later today.
That's 4:31 in the fucking morning, my ass. That ain't 4:31 in the morning in Wisconsin.
Wait, what was the exact day and time that he went missing? Like,
you got
how many hours?
I'm confused now because he said it's entering its second day. This is the 32nd hour. I'm looking at 4:31. What degrees is it? Let me see. 56 degrees. So it's in the afternoon. It's not 56 degrees in the morning up in Wisconsin at 4:31 in the morning. Shoot.
Okay, so it's a replay. Maybe.
But he's saying this is live, and that's the current. But the thing with the news here is they're not gonna, if they're gonna do like a clip from the day before, they're not gonna have that time and temperature on there. They're not gonna have that on there. That's gonna be on the current broadcast. So I see an updated report claiming this is their third day of search. What the fuck is this? Okay, so they uploaded it an hour ago when it came out yesterday. Wow, great job putting the news out there. WBAY Green Bay. Holy crap. Okay, if anybody has any updated videos, go ahead and send them to me. Now I'm going to replay this so we can hear the details. Sorry about that. It just didn't make it didn't make sense to me. So it's the third day now. Oh man, that's not good.
Alert station. Action 2 News at 4:30 starts now.
We don't want to think about the bad stuff that may possibly have happened to him, and we're hopeful.
What's up, Nina?
Being a mother, like I said, I have a 3-year-old boy, so knowing that the community is here supporting is just so comforting to know that. Because if this were to happen to my family, I know the community has my back.
The search for a missing 3-year-old in Two Rivers now moves into its second day. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here at 4:30. These are live looks right now at Two Rivers, where the search for Elijah Vu is in its 32nd hour. We have multiple crews on the scene, both downtown, an apartment complex that has been of interest in this case. We'll receive an update from law enforcement, we are told, sometime later today. This is an aerial view of search parties this morning as they began their searches. And as we've been following, 3-year-old Elijah was last seen at a home on Michigan Road yesterday morning around 8 a.m. He was reported missing by an adult caregiver 3 hours later. An Amber Alert was issued yesterday afternoon. Law enforcement, first responder.
3 hours later.
Yeah. at
Why
age
are
3.
if you can't find them within a 10-minute
2 minutes
period,
for a
yeah,
3-year-old.
help. Oh boy, so Pebble says there's an updated report claiming this is their 3rd day of searching. Also, uh, a child neglect charge possibly updated 10 minutes ago. So adult caregiver.
Maybe it's a foster parent. It's kind of similar to the Darnell Taylor situation, if it's a foster parent.
Wow. Man, this is 3 hours to call a search. Amber alerts are for an abduction. Yeah, it is an Amber alert, yeah. There's some evidence. Second person may also be. Oh no. Yeah, if anybody, if you're on Twitter, Gmail, Instagram, Facebook, go ahead and send me the info if you got it. I need to make a thing on my screen where it shows all my handles on the top or something. This is, yeah. They had a press conference an hour ago. If if you guys are part of the everyone chat, and if you're not, here's a link. Do me a favor, if you find it, drop it in that everyone chat. I'll get a notification in my ear. With that, I'll start looking in a minute. Man, 3 hours, and there's a shoe there with dinosaurs on it, man. People ain't gonna like me soon because I'm just gonna keep going off on these fucking parents, man. I'm sorry.
As you see, have been combing the area through.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just said rightly so. I mean, 3 hours. I was also needed to rewind to check that, so it's not.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Who's the caregiver?
Throughout the night, and at times collecting any evidence. And that.
Hold on. Let's zoom in on what they're doing. Hold on. Let's zoom in on what they're doing. Let me get rid of this. We'll go full zoom.
Because that shoe is quite big as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
We'll
take a look at this. We'll take a look at this real quick.
Yesterday afternoon.
Let's slow it down. Let's mute it. So it's by a brick. If anybody has the location and we can Google guy it, let me know. It's by a brick. It's right up against, I don't know if that's a building or a wall, but it's up against a lighter color brick type wall or looks like a building. What's that? There's some kind of black. That must be like a water drain off from a roof. So it looks like, okay, so there's a bush. I'm going to take a picture of this. There's a bush in the corner, and then there's some kind of like water.
So the items they found when we said it could have been something of his, it's likely
it led items that led them to believe, yeah. So it could be the shoe. It could be the shoe. The way the shoes were. But how could, just because shoes are there, maybe
well, they're
both
there
of them?
without their owner. So
Yeah, both of them?
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
And that search continues at this hour. Let's bring in our Jason Zimmerman live from Two Rivers as he has been following this all day long. Jason, what are you seeing now? What is happening right now to your knowledge?
Mishiat Road.
Well, Chris, we're hoping to hear from investigators soon. We have not heard from police since the beginning of this search for Elijah Vu. Right behind me now, this apartment complex that we've been talking to, that's right off Mishiat Road. I can tell you that for most of the day, there's been a heavy police presence here. We've seen the DCI as well in the parking lot with their vehicles. So there's been a search that has focused around this this apartment complex, which we believe is a place of interest. It may possibly be the last place where Elijah was seen before he went missing yesterday. I can also tell you it's a spot last night when I was out here on the far side of the building, right where I'm pointing there. That's where police.
Okay, so that's got to be the bush next to the okay, and then that drainage pipe right on the corner. Wait a minute.
So that was the night before this.
Hold on a minute. Let me look at this picture.
It is Facebook as well.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Area throughout the night.
The bush is on the right and the pipe is on the left. So the bush is on the right, pipe is on the left. There's the corner. The pipe, corner, bush. Okay? But when we're looking at here, it goes bush, corner, pipe. It's the complete opposite. Oh, it's the other side. Because look, there's two pipes going down, one on each side of the corner on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one on each side of the corner. So it was right in the corner, right in front of that tree.
How did he get out there? I mean, at 3.
Right, because look, it's one of those apartment buildings that there's a centrally located door.
Yeah, you have to like buzz
to
up.
go. Yeah, to go into the units. So he had to literally go out of the apartment and out of the frickin' door, which I imagine is not. I don't know. It looks like one of those heavy doors. Yeah.
Of course, we're hoping to hear from investigators soon. We have not heard
So
from
that
police
corner
since the
right there.
beginning of this search for Elijah Vu. Right behind me now, this apartment complex that we've been talking to, that's right off Mishiat Road. I can tell you that for most of the day, there's been a heavy police presence here. We've seen the DCI as well in the parking lot with their vehicles. So there's been a search that has focused around this this apartment complex, which we believe is a place of interest. It may possibly be the last place where Elijah was seen before he went missing yesterday. I can also tell you it's a spot last night when I was out here on the far side of the building, right where I'm pointing there. That's where police had surrounded that area by the tree.
Whoops, sorry.
And they found certain items which were put into evidence bags and taken with them. Now, we don't want to speculate on what those items were, but there were several items here, and we don't know whether they were connected to Elijah or not. Police would not comment at the moment they were removing those items. But we do know that evidence has been collected out here and that the search across the city is still ongoing.
Jason, we had some comments from folks at the beginning of the show. Some you gathered today. Who did you talk to today? What did they tell you?
Well, I talked to several people who are searching right around this apartment complex, a lot of them neighbors, people in the community. But the one key person that I spoke to was Elijah's uncle, Orson Vu. He happened to stop by here on the road. I spoke to him last night when he pulled up, and so I recognized him right away. I went back over there. I talked to him. He gave me a lot more information today. He says he was briefed by a detective early this morning who basically said, you know, we're going to continue this search throughout the day. But he didn't have a whole lot of new information. So the family's telling me, the uncle told me they're just waiting for details. They're still holding out hope. They're extremely worried right now. He says they're having more family come to the area today in light of what has happened to be together. And so they're just out there asking people once again that if you have information, to please go to the police and share it. He says that, you know, they are worried and they are very grateful, though, for the hundreds of volunteers that have participated in the search for Elijah at this point.
Jason, to our eye, what's happening behind you, there's not as much activity as maybe you mentioned what you saw last night. Is there still police presence on the other side of that that building, that apartment complex?
Well, up until just a short time ago, there was a decent police presence out here in the parking lot. As I mentioned, both local police and the DCI. I can tell you that right now there's a single police car sitting over here over my left shoulder that's keeping an eye on the area. But I believe it's just to, guard evidence or guard a perimeter to keep people away that shouldn't be in a particular spot. But the majority of the police did leave a short time ago. And again, it might have to do with them telling us that they're going to release an updated statement a short time from now with some new details. So we don't know what they're doing at the moment, but I can tell you the command, the vehicle that was out here as well, left also today a short time ago. So at this point, we're just waiting to hear what police might potentially tell us in the next hour or so.
All right, Jason, let's go to that wait. You've covered a lot of cases like this in your career. Is it unusual? I mean, we're talking 30 plus hours since he was last seen. It's been 18 plus hours since we last had a release of information from law enforcement. That came last night via social media. We're told it's going to happen again later today, but there's been a long gap here. Is that unusual?
I've covered a lot of these cases where kids have gone missing or people have gone missing over the last few decades. And I can tell you that it's somewhat unusual. Typically, when somebody goes missing, you see the police on television right away. They're trying to put out a description of a potential suspect. They're asking people for information, providing any type of clues that they can. That was not the case here. We've yet to hear police go on TV or take questions from the local media. So that is a little bit unusual. The other thing is we don't know what happened here. We were told that the child was last seen around 8 a.m., but was reported missing around 11. So yesterday, between those hours, is kind of a mystery. And that's one of the questions we'd like to ask. And also, typically a search party might go door to door. You see posters go up, you see family members speaking out. We remember that with Teresa Hallbuck many years ago when she went missing in Manitowoc in County. And that was a plea that went out. We haven't quite seen that. But we have seen a search that's focused on the water. We've seen boats go out. We've also seen a search with ATVs on farmland right outside the city. So a little bit different type of atmosphere.
All right, Jason, thanks so much. And we'll get that update from you as soon as it becomes available. Again,
wow. Here's the location. Thank you, everybody, for letting me know. And we're going to go to that press conference. Thank you, everybody, for your links. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the help. This is the spot right here.
It is quite secluded.
Yeah, it is.
Tucked away.
Now, this is October. Let me see if we can see more dates. Can we just October, August? So unfortunately, you don't get the correct foliage that you do right now. So there's probably not going to be all that foliage. But still, when you're looking over here, it doesn't give it the view that it deserves because it seems like there's this huge open area and it doesn't seem too secluded. It actually looks quite smaller when you're looking at it from this angle, honestly.
Can you see what's behind it? Or is there like open space behind, or there's a fence?
On the other side? Yeah, hold on. Let's see here. I think I have to go here and then turn right. I don't know. It's kind of hard. Let me see. Let me go back. Yeah. Let me see if I can get a different view from here. Maybe right here. Let's see.
Sorry, I'm making you walk around.
Oh, no. No. Okay, so there's a bunch of bush here. Bunch of bush. trees all up to the building. So really, somebody that lives, it makes me wonder. This is what it makes, unless somebody's driving by this road right here. It's a major road, I'm sure. Highway 147. Unless somebody was driving down this road and noticed this kid by himself in this area, you know, I kind of almost wonder if the person that committed this crime was around here at these buildings. Not necessarily that they live there, but it makes, if this person wasn't driving by this road and saw a kid and was like, oh, because it happens. Okay. But when I'm thinking about the kid being around that area, it makes me think that somebody was back here. They saw the kid up there, and that's when they decided to act. So I see people in chat saying that there's some suspicious people already. Here, let me move this. Sorry about that, because you don't get to see the view I'm trying to show you. Right here. I feel like if somebody wasn't driving down that road, somebody was back here, whether they live there or not. Somebody was back here and saw the kid and was like...
Well, they did say that when he suspected that was where he was last seen, so the police might just be there because of the shoes. But...
Yeah, but I think unless the kid was out front, like I said...
Yeah.
Somebody's driving by. It's a major road for the area. Somebody was driving by and they saw the kid out there by themselves. But if there's nobody driving by and there's a kid out there for a short period of time, I find it hard to believe, unless somebody fell asleep and that's why 3 hours later it wasn't called in. Maybe somebody fell asleep and maybe the kid was out there for 3 hours. It could have been any predator out there just sitting there waiting to see if mom was going to come out or something. But the shoes being there leads me to believe... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The shoes being there leads me to believe that the person... This is what I'm wondering, because there's so many windows back here. There's so many windows back here, okay? So if somebody's going to do that, right? I'm wondering if the kid was playing out in the middle and the person... I don't know. No, maybe they would have to be in the front. Why in the hell would the shoes be left at the corner and not these trees? Unless that's where he was grabbed and pulled into the trees. But
yeah, I mean, if you look at the amount of places to hide something, it was an interesting choice to put it, or to leave it, or to misplace the shoe all the way there.
It's almost like he was grabbed there and that's why his shoes came off.
Maybe it fell off.
Yeah, like he was grabbed there and then pulled away. Maybe even drugged. And I'm wondering if it was to this back parking lot. And that's why I'm saying I don't think that unless it was in the front, again, it's a major highway, not that it can't happen, but It is the front. I don't see a predator coming to walk back here, or I mean, pull up a car back here behind these people's apartments and then snatching a kid and putting. I mean, you're like right in the freaking front view of these people back here. Not to mention who all's could be back here in this parking lot and all this other stuff, right? But if you're normally there and you're visiting a friend, or you live, at one of these places, or you're visiting somebody and you walk out and you're like, oh shit, there's a kid by himself. You hurry up, you run up and grab him real quick and then get in your car where this truck is at or something.
Yeah.
You just grab him real quick and run to your damn car. You got all that cover on this side, not back here, but if you're only going up there you're not some stranger that just pulled up waiting to go. You were there. You were here for some reason. I don't know. Because if you're gonna abduct, sorry, go ahead. The delay.
No, it's right. I guess we would have to kind of know as well where he lives, especially in terms of like if he had gotten out of, maybe he lived in one of these back here, not necessarily at the one in the front, but it was in pursuit or something, like you said, because these look kind of easier for a kid to get out of as well.
Yeah, because I don't see how, like, if you're driving in the front, I don't see why you're going to snag the kid and then take him around to that corner. Yeah. Why wouldn't you just go? So that's why I'm thinking the kid was right there. Yeah. Back to chat here 1 second. Predator behavior. Cheryl Butler, 1 second. Contribution call out. Thank you for the $5 super chat. The first guy interviewed with the dark hair sounded suspicious. He hesitated. Really? So hold on, let me see here. Sorry, Jesse Vang. Was that the first guy? Hell no. Jesse Vang. Is that the first guy that was frickin' interviewed? Hold on. He was at caregivers. He was at caregiver's home. Mom is charged with hearing this. Did they look into the care of that? I don't know if this is the first guy or not. All right, let's go to. Let's see. The mother of the will appear in court to face. Okay, here's all the updates. I'm gonna rewind to the beginning of this to see if this guy was Jesse. And then we're going to go, there's a press conference, the uncle talking, and then there's, thank you, Caddy, there's a link for an article saying that the hearing is at 12:45 p.m. Central Time, so that's coming up in about an hour and a half, and the mom is going to be appearing in court to face potential charge of what? Party to a crime? What the okay, hold on.
Action 2 News at 4:30
what the hell
starts now.
Is that why mom was like, I'm a mother of a 3-year-old? I'm like, where's your passion? One second. This is good.
We don't want to think about the bad stuff that may possibly have happened to him. And we're hopeful.
Being a mother, like I said, I have a 3-year-old boy.
Oh, that's somebody else helping with the search. Okay.
Yeah, she said she felt comfort knowing that the community would step in if it were her child, but it's not her child.
What the fuck? Yeah, Crime Lines, we need to have you on for a show, man. You're pumping out some videos like crazy. Shout out to you. Is this Jesse Vang? I'm curious. All right. Let me see. Here's the press conference with the uncle talking too.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. In a briefing tonight, we heard from the Two Rivers Police Department about the ongoing search efforts for 3-year-old Elijah Vu. He remains missing.
He was last seen by a caregiver on Michigan Road about 8 o'clock yesterday morning. An Amber Alert was then issued Tuesday afternoon.
Police say Elijah Vu is 3 feet tall, weighs 45 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. He was last seen wearing gray pants, red and green dinosaur slippers, possibly might have a red and white blanket with him.
Aww.
He also has a birthmark on his left knee.
We begin our team coverage with Jason Zimmerman, who just received an update from police. He's live now in Two Rivers with more on that. Jason.
They don't even know. They don't even know. They say might.
Bill, this was a very quick news conference at Two Rivers City Hall lasting roughly about 7 minutes. While police did not answer any questions, they did confirm that the search for Elijah is active and ongoing. Well, police spent much of the day at this apartment complex on Michigan Road, retrieving potential evidence in the area. 3-year-old Elijah Vu was last seen. They also went on camera for the first time Wednesday night, assuring the public they haven't given up hope.
Our search and rescue teams have been combing through our neighborhoods, parks, wooded areas, and they've been following up on all leads and tips from the public.
The city's police chief would not comment on specific details concerning the search effort. He did thank the hundreds of volunteers who've come forward to help, including many from outside the community.
I want to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has volunteered their time, resources, and support to assist in the search for Elijah. Your unwavering commitment to the well-being of Elijah and our community is inspiring.
Also Wednesday, we heard from Elijah's uncle, Orson Vu, who told us the family is doing everything possible to pull together.
We're extremely worried. We're all emotional at the moment, and we.
Orson Vu. Okay, so that's the uncle. So who's Jesse? Is Jesse the mom then, or is that the person? What the heck? This is confusing. This is crazy. Okay, so Orson is the uncle.
I did just Google Jesse Vang now, and I didn't get anything coming up.
Really?
Just
Jesse
LinkedIn
is a
profile.
male. So
Sounds like
Jesse
the
is.
male name. Yeah.
We don't want to think about the bad stuff that may possibly have happened to him, and we're hopeful.
For now, police say the search effort will continue.
As we continue our efforts, I want to emphasize the importance of remaining vigilant and proactive. Additionally, I want to remind everyone to please refrain from spreading rumors and false information. This can hinder our search efforts for Elijah.
And people are starting to hand out flyers as well. This is one that I received from a volunteer tonight with Elijah's picture on it, his information, and numbers to contact police if you do have any information you would like to pass along.
Why don't you make the phone number this fucking big, man? So people, when they're driving and they see it, they don't have to pull over and get out to go look at the phone number on the piece of paper because it's this small. What the hell? How are they supposed to read any of that? When you're driving by, you see missing child. You're driving by the road that's on a light pole, and you see missing child, but you can't tell what the hell the phone number is, what they were wearing, or nothing. You have all that space on that piece of paper. It should be this big. Phone number should be the biggest thing on it. What is? Do they really want to find this child? I'm wondering, like, Two Rivers, I pulled up a lot. Jesse Vang, Two Rivers. Like, I'm wondering if they want to find him, because wouldn't you have the phone number, the year, how old he is, the clothing, all in like boulders? You know, you got all that space. Look at that. You have certain parts of the information that's only that fucking big. Little teeny thing and then a little sentence. A little teeny thing, a little sentence. Little sentence, little teeny thing. Little sentence, little teeny thing. Little teeny thing. That shit should be huge on that piece of paper. I don't know. Something don't seem right. Something don't seem right. So this is police seek child neglect charge against mother of missing child Elijah Vu. Let me see. See if this is a.
Thank you for being with us here on this Thursday. Getting right to that search for the missing 3-year-old boy in Two Rivers. We have seen coverage on the Amber Alert for Elijah Vu of Two Rivers. We have Emerson Lehman and Emily Roberts live there with the latest information. I want to start at City Hall in Two Rivers with Emerson. Good morning.
Good morning, Tammy. In the Two Rivers community, waking up to more questions than answers again this morning is 3-year-old Elijah Vu remains missing. Take a look at this photo on your screen right here. This is 3-year-old Elijah Vu. He's 3 feet tall, weighs 45 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing gray pants, red and green dinosaur slippers, and is possibly carrying a red and white blanket. He also has a birthmark on his left knee. Now, local authorities, the Department of Justice, they've all been a part of the search efforts along with community members. The police spending a lot of time at an apartment complex on Mishikat Road yesterday gathering evidence. Mishikat Road is the last place Elijah was reportedly seen on Tuesday morning. Action 2 News was at a press conference last night. Two Rivers Police Chief Ben Minert telling the community they haven't given up hope and also sharing this important message.
We continue our efforts. I want to emphasize the importance of remaining vigilant and proactive.
All right, so it says here the mother of a missing child will appear in court to face potential charge related to child neglect. A hearing is scheduled for 12:45 p.m. today in Manitowoc County Court. Police are seeking a charge of party to a crime of child neglect against Katrina Bauer. Katrina Bauer, or Barr, whatever, the mother of Elijah Vu, who is subject of an Amber Alert. Bauer, however you spell it, pronounce it, has not yet been officially charged. The formal charges are up to the district attorney's office. Action 2 News has learned law enforcement is recommending a child abuse charge against a second person in court on Thursday afternoon. We are not identifying him because we have not confirmed a connection. She got a past, huh? She's charged before even finding the kid. Isn't that strange, right? And just look at the flyer. Look at the flyer. Why is the phone number for your missing child not the biggest fucking headline on that piece of paper? Because what do you want? You want to know where he's at. What's the quickest way to find out? The fucking phone number. The phone number. Something's obviously going on. I mean, I remember back in the 80s and the 90s, it was really bad in the Midwest, and it was really bad with abductions and stuff. There's always been talks about, Oklahoma and all that other stuff being the central location of it all. But I think it's a mixture of social media and, because not that they're happening more. I just think there's more awareness of it now because of social media and because our country doesn't take care of the mental health crisis, and they don't consider it an epidemic, and they just toss it off to the side. And that's why we have a lot of the issues that we have these days, is because they don't treat mental health awareness as an epidemic. When you have all these things going on in this country, you have these sick fuckers like Stephen McDougal that can go out there and do this shit to children when they should have been locked up in the first place. There's mental, it's we have more sick fucking people here because our country doesn't want to address the problem. They want to blame it on bullets, and they want to blame it on other things that if they're left by themselves and nothing touches them, they can't do nothing. It's the fucking people behind all this shit, and they keep deflecting all the blame onto all this other shit instead of it being the mental health of people, you know? There's so many
I mean,
people that
it's-
reach out, and these crimes happen because they reach out and nobody helps them.
Yeah, I think that there's like a focus on the emergency measure, you know, like coming up with a strategy when something's happened, but it's not often enough that there's actually implementation of like policy to prevent or to find ways to see what's going to happen. Because if you put the resources in there, that could be, you know, much more effective. And you don't have to respond, you can preempt. That would obviously help if you could start looking at the things that are causing this, because like you said, it's not happening more, but the information is just really quick now. So
Yeah. You know,
there
and
should
plus,
be.
sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, I was just saying that I was saying the same thing. That I mean, I just think that there should be more prevention strategies when it comes to like all of the policies, especially in terms of law enforcement. You know, there should be screening instead of emergency measures, because obviously you need those, but you can put resources into actually preventing stuff, I think.
Yeah, they just don't want to. It's the, you know, they're in bed with big pharma. You know, they're in bed with big pharma. Why do you think, you know, when your body is used to, you know, your body makes its own chemicals, and when you have somebody pushing out a pill that creates a chemical for your body, and then your body, because we evolve, your body's going to go, oh, I don't need to produce that chemical anymore, so I don't need to. I'm going to get used to not doing it. And then next thing you know, it becomes like, well, this one gives these side effects, and this gives these side effects, and this, and this, and this, and this. And then, you know, no wonder, because you're fucking with your damn body, man. It's a huge problem. What's up, Tiffany? And that's why they don't want to address the mental health, because when they were addressing the mental health, they were addressing it with big pharma hand in hand, and that's why when they were, oh, do you feel this way? Here, have this. Oh, do you feel this way? Here, have this. Have this. Have this. Have this. Have this. That was their way of addressing the mental health, and it backfired. It went the opposite fucking way. And they don't want to go, oh, whoa, hey, that's the fault. That's the reason. No. Exactly, Pebbles. Legalized rug cartel. Big money.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm not seeing, is there the jury watch, verdict watch for the Harmony Montgomery case? If not, we're going to switch into some of the Audrey case again when we started talking about it. I'm going to go through a couple more things on that. And then we can get into some Idaho 4, because I want to talk to you about the sheath and some other things. The DNA, the sheath, and a couple other things as well. Plus, Doc's got some good videos out there too. Did you put out a video the last couple days? True crime overtime.
I have a video up. It's just still on private because I need to fix some links that aren't working. So kind of, it's waiting.
Okay.
Had network issues.
Yeah, because YouTube doesn't always want to do the notification, even for my end. So I don't understand it. All right, so let me see here. If there is any more updates, let me know. We'll go ahead and get to them. Let me see here. I'll just double check real quick, and then we're going to go through a couple more things. Let's see here. Let's see, Baldwin, verdict watch. So it looks like it's still going. I don't see any updates on the verdict for Harmony Montgomery. They're just sitting there. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, and we'll get to that. If you guys do see something pop up, let me know. I do have it saved. We can get right to it. Chad Daybell. Not really interested in covering any Chad Daybell. Okay, that's all I'm seeing. Okay, so let me go back to some of these videos with Audrey. All right, here we go.
Also tonight, we're taking a deeper look at the suspect's past.
A woman who was targeted by McDougal as a child is brave.
This is that victim that I was talking about in the beginning of the show when we were discussing Audrey. This one is the first victim that was official because that was the only time he was charged. I don't think it's the only damn time. I think he's got a whole bunch under his belt. And again, when you're looking at the frickin' when you're looking at this road that that dude got to hang out on right here, and who knows what the hell took place down this frickin' secluded road. Just at this place, I don't know. It just seems like there's got to be way more than what he's being even caught for.
I agree. Yeah.
Tonight is one of several people who police say experienced violence from McDougal.
ABC 13 anchor Elisa Rivas is live to walk us through the timeline here, Elisa.
Charlie, Eric, there are so many layers to this story, starting with the case prosecutors are building now. And it's hard to fathom that Don Stephen McDougal was a family friend, a person even trusted to live in a camper behind the home Audrey shared with her father's side of the family. Despite his disturbing
Wow, there was a... Hold on a minute.
history, court documents don't get into...
They have a frickin'... Oh my gosh, look at that. Right...
Court documents...
Look at that. Right next to his frickin' trailer. So he got to sit there and listen and watch the kid. What the fuck?
That's bad.
What about friends coming over and jumping and having fun and... Dude. Right in front of your... And that's the bed. That's where your bed's at. Right next to where the fucking bed is in the trailer, too.
And they can't see in, to him as easily, but he can see out.
Oh my gosh. That's where the bed's at. How in the hell would that fit? My gosh. What if the people had friends over and Sally was like, "Hey, is it okay if I go jump out on the jumpaline by myself for a little bit?" "Sure, go ahead. We're just watching cartoons." "Okay, I'll come back in like 10 minutes." And then Sally goes out there to fucking jump on the trampoline by herself, and that sick fucker's out there. What the... Dude, these people, how... Like, this is what I don't understand. You got, and it doesn't have it on here, but you got the freaking trailer and the so what it looks like to me is that the trailer is parked where that truck is, and this thing right here. See how that you got the tan building going sideways, right? That little reddish tan building going sideways. That's this right here. And that's got to be the truck parked, or it's got to be the camper parked where the truck is, right up against the garage. And then the trampoline is right there. Right here. This is
put that there.
He probably like, yeah, you could put it there. But this is what's crazy. What's crazy to me is as a freaking father or grandmother of this beautiful child, you're gonna sit there and give this sick motherfucker double icing on his cake?
Yeah.
Like, you just, not only is the dude chilling on like one of the most premier fucking streets to do whatever you want to fucking do as a sick fucker, but at the same time, you have this right in front of the bedroom of the frickin' trailer. He could
No, it might
literally
as well.
have his. It's disgusting. I'm sorry.
It's just such an odd place to put it, though. I almost feel like maybe he encouraged that.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he
Or
did. I mean, I'm sure he played it off like he was the most helpful fucking person. If they listen, I don't know. It's weird to me. It doesn't seem to me like they didn't fucking know about this dude. Okay? It really seems weird to me that they didn't know about this dude when you got a picture like this. Okay? It seems really weird to me that you didn't fucking know this dude. And if you didn't know this dude and he was like totally bamboozling you to make him think that he was just so helpful and such a good person to watch over kids, and he was so that, they were his best, like, if you were that bamboozled, then I can see why you were like, yeah, let's go ahead and put the the trampoline in front of the trailer. But I just don't feel like they were so surprised at the background,
denial.
especially when you see this shit. They had to be aware. I just don't understand. I don't see how you couldn't. I don't see how you couldn't, because you guys know this. You've covered these cases. These people pretend like they're fucking, like really great, they're almost like children themselves, when they're around. Oh, stop. They're always playing and playing, and they kind of go too far, just to see how far they can go and all this other shit. I don't know how you couldn't. I don't.
Yeah, it's like the uncle figure, and then they bring toys and exactly grooming.
Man, they've been friends for years, CJ.
Yeah.
You would have, I mean, yeah, he went on vacation. Yeah, we went through that last night. We saw the pictures of them in the car. There's a couple things that I was going to share with you guys too. Let me see here. Let's get back to this video real quick.
Story tonight. He is one of several people who police say experienced violence from McDougal.
ABC 13 anchor Elisa Rivas is live to walk us through the timeline here, Elisa.
Charlie, Eric, there are so many layers to this story, starting with the case prosecutors are building now. And it's hard to fathom that Don Stephen McDougal was a family friend, a person even trusted to live in a camper behind the home Audrey shared with her father's side of the family. Despite his disturbing history, court documents don't get into what Audrey had to endure in her final moments, but they include this haunting detail. Her body was found in the water, weighted down with rock. The rope he allegedly used was also said to be found in his SUV. McDougal's criminal history goes back more than 2 decades. Just last summer, police say he stabbed a man he did not know who was helping him jump a car battery. And tonight we are hearing also from one of McDougal's old co-workers who says McDougal attacked him when he threw him out of his home 14 years ago.
I opened the door up and told him he needed to leave, and he come at me with a knife, and I had my shotgun, and I had hit him in the face with it and shut the door on him. I had no idea he was that kind of person.
McDougal was reportedly sentenced to 4 years in prison for that incident. Long before the violent attacks against adults, McDougal also pleaded guilty to enticing a child in Brazoria County back in 2007.
You know what I'm
Young victim
saying?
told police he crawled into bed with her and tried to remove her pants. He did not have to register as a sex offender, part of the plea. The victim is in her 20s now, and Audrey's murder is hitting her hard. ABC 13's Luke Jones is the only reporter to talk with her about this and is live now with your story, Luke.
You know, at least what she says what happened to Audrey could have easily happened to her. I mean, total shock when she saw Don McDougal's face pop up in online posts. And tonight she says she wants to be Audrey's voice and a voice for other children in similar situations.
I'll never forget his face after that.
Carissa Davis would like nothing more than to forget Don McDougal's face.
I know he's a nasty man.
And what he did to her one night in 2007.
Oh, Doc, hit refresh, man. We already got that. I don't know, a half hour ago or something. Hit refresh, buddy. You might be on delay.
When she was 10 years old, she was at her uncle's Brazoria County house for a family gathering. McDougal's sisters were family friends.
And he came into the room that me and my cousin were sleeping in.
Davis says McDougal yanked her cousin from their bed, then got into bed with her.
Tried to take down my pants, and I immediately jumped up at that moment. I remember looking at him and saying, "Do you know how old I am?"
Davis raced for the door with McDougal in tow.
He grabbed me, and when he did, I just swung my arm and I hit him.
But now that he's been charged with Audrey Cunningham's murder, she can't help but wonder what would have happened had she not been able to fight back.
And everybody was still asleep. I mean, my uncle's backyard was woods. I mean, it could have been me.
Uncle's backyard was fucking woods, and you look at this. Come on, man.
Yeah. Family friends as well. Seems like he befriends people on purpose.
Yeah, just to get in those positions. I'm sorry. Maybe he was friends with them for so long because of this freaking road. Like, yo.
Yeah.
It's where else? And you don't like. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So I'm going to share this real quick. This is a link that will give you all the information and updates on the case. This is. It'll have all the updates, where she went missing, all the information. And also it says up here at the top that federal agencies investigating whether AT&T outage was caused by a cyber attack. So it might be a cyber attack that's happening for AT&T. Another thing I want to share is if you're on Facebook, this is the link, Justice for Audrey Cunningham discussion group. If you would like to, if you're not a part of that and you would like to be a part of that, there's the Facebook link for that. Thank you for that. And when it comes to Mr. Cunningham, we're going to take a little look here. So that looks like Audrey right there. And that's at some aquarium. So there.
Shame, she was adorable.
I know, it's a sad picture. So that must be the GF. I don't know. Aw, there's another one. So that's her with whatever his girlfriend was at the time or something. Now this is a little boy. So there's And that's her in the background. Wow, those are old.
Yeah.
Those are
Still in the
old.
car seat.
But this one right here. That's a cute picture. Without his ass in it. What's up, Nina? My neighbor just texted me for something. Let's see. 2904 40th Street, right across the street. Perfect ring cam at Elijah's apartment. Hopefully. You see if they retrieved it? So they're asking. Yeah, because they changed their laws now. They can't just collect it. They have
Really?
to. Yeah. The ring cam changed their laws. I think it was like a month or two ago, or changed their rules, where they aren't allowing LE to just take it now. They have to have it given to them. They have to request it and have to have it given to them now. Which, I mean, I get it. You know, it's an invasion of privacy, but son of a bitch, man. I mean, I would expect any decent human being to offer the ring cam, but then you have different cases where the person that lived across the street that had the ring cam of the person that they committed the crime against, they wouldn't give the ring cams. So it can create that one. It's got the whole side parking lot covered. It had to. Oh, that's so sad. All right, give me 1 second. We'll get back to this. So again, this is the story.
And tonight she says she wants to be Audrey's voice and a voice for other children in a similar situation.
I'll never forget his face after that.
Carissa Davis would like nothing more than to forget Don McDougal's face.
I know he's a nasty man.
And what he did to her one night in 2007 when she was 10 years old. She was at her uncle's Brazoria County house for a family gathering. McDougal's sisters were family friend.
And he came into the room that me and my cousin were sleeping in.
Davis says McDougal yanked her cousin from their bed, then got into bed with her.
I had to take down my pants, and I immediately jumped up at that moment. I remember looking at him and saying, "Do you know how old I am?"
Davis raced for the door with McDougal in tow.
He grabbed me, and when he did, I just swung my arm and I hit him.
But now that he's been charged with Audrey Cunningham's murder, she can't help but wonder what would have happened had she not been able to fight back.
And everybody was still asleep. I mean, my uncle's backyard was woods. I mean, it could have been me.
McDougal pleaded guilty to enticing a child and was sentenced to 2 years in prison, but got credit for almost 1.5 years served. Notably, he wasn't required to register as a sex offender and went on to face numerous other charges.
I think Brazoria County definitely failed me and failed Audrey.
Wow.
She's not wrong.
No. Not at all. Let's see. This is another report.
It's touched us all. I mean, what could you do? What if this was your baby?
Tonight, the Livingston community is mourning the death of fifth grader Audrey Cunningham, who disappeared nearly 1 week ago, and divers found her body in the Trinity River yesterday as a family friend has been charged with capital murder.
The community gathered tonight for a vigil to remember Audrey. KPRC2's Bryce Newberry is along Highway 59 tonight, where there's a growing memorial. Bryce?
Daniela and Keith, this is where divers recovered Audrey Cunningham's body yesterday. Tonight you can see balloons, flowers, and teddy bears lining the Trinity Riverbank. Those who loved Audrey and some who never met her have showed up here to pay tribute, all of them grieving her innocent life cut short.
Tell me what does it look like?
Oh gosh, YouTube hit me hard last night for that. Oh no, I gotta mute it. As soon as I got done, it was like copyright ineligible. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Yeah, this song. Sorry.
Just for the song?
Yeah, just for 20 seconds of it.
To be able
give birth to something that is, she was perfection.
Audrey's mother, Cassie Matthews, barely held back tears as she invited the community to light their candles in her daughter's honor.
Hopefully with all of our candles together, it'll be bright enough, maybe she can see it.
Oh my gosh.
Audrey's remains from the Trinity River Tuesday. The little girl, known to always make a friend and light up a room with her smile, had been missing since last Thursday after failing to get on the bus that morning. Her father's friend and the last person who saw her, 42-year-old Don Stephen McDougal, is now charged with capital murder. Court documents claim investigators found her body tied to a large rock in the river using rope they had seen in his Suburban.
I had to sit down and explain to my 6-year-old and my 10-year-old that she's no longer with us. And I had to explain, she's in heaven. How do you tell them that they're not going to?
I think that's where, I don't know. It just seems like that's where it would have taken place. I don't know. Let me know what you think. I'm thinking that lot right there. I don't know. Just the way that you're talking, the cover and the different roads and stuff like that.
The days-long search for Audrey involved volunteers, local, state, and federal law enforcement. It left the community on edge, the outcome leaving a void felt by everyone.
We will not have her walking through our doors anymore, but instead having her walk beside us in pain.
They're playing the whole damn song over the news report. Oh my gosh. KPRC2 Houston. I understand, but damn, man.
And the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office will determine exactly how little Audrey died. Tonight, the suspect in her murder is being held in the Polk County Jail without bond. We're live along the Trinity River tonight. I'm Bryce Newberry.
Man. Let's cover that up. Oh, so sad. So sad. What's up, Teresa? So sad. I don't know. I don't know. Something's weird about that one too. And then little Elijah to a couple days ago as well. That was just, it's been 5-6 days for Audrey now since that took place, and then 3 days for Elijah. Yeah. Sad.
But yeah, I mean, it is interesting with Elijah. I mean, on the limited info, and they've already, I suppose they feel that whatever did happen wouldn't have happened without the child negligence. So it's just a separate thing.
I don't know. Something just, it don't seem right. I don't know why. Something just don't seem right. We're going to check out one more video on the case, Audrey's case. And then after that, we'll take a look, see if there's anything breaking. And then I'd like to chit chat a little Idaho 4. And again, if anybody would like to, you're more than welcome. It's going to be open the whole time while we discuss all this stuff. So we'll go ahead and play this one. This is from Law and Crime from last night, discussing the case.
An 11-year-old in Texas vanishes after not making it to her school bus. Now authorities are turning their eyes to a family friend with a questionable past. 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham was last seen near her home in Polk County, Texas on February 15th. That same night of her disappearance, Audrey's father, Joshua, took to social media for help finding his daughter. He wrote on Facebook, quote, "My daughter Audrey is missing. I did not make it to the bus." According to the Polk County Sheriff's Office, school officials reported that the bus never picked her up, nor did she come to school that day. Initially, very little clues were left behind, but then a turn in the investigation leads authorities to a man with a lengthy criminal history. 2 days after Audrey was reported missing, investigators identified what they believe to be a person of interest, a friend of the family who they say has babysat Audrey in the past. On February 17th, investigators identified 42-year-old Don Stephen McDougal as the last person to see Audrey. And because he was the last person to see Audrey that morning, he was also named by police as a person of interest in her disappearance. Investigators believe McDougal's 2003 Chevy Suburban was involved in the disappearance and are asking residents to report any sighting of his vehicle on the day Audrey was reported missing. McDougal was eventually arrested on February 16th, the day after Audrey went missing, but on an unrelated charge of aggravated assault. That same day, authorities discovered more clues. A small backpack that likely belonged to a child was located near the Lake Livingston Dam, which is about a 5-mile drive from where Audrey was last seen. But then, less than a week after Audrey's disappearance, the case took a devastating turn.
This time, I sadly announced that Audrey's body was located at the Trinity River on the U.S. Highway 59. My heart aches with this news, and I express with my deepest sympathies and condolences to everyone who knew, who cared for, and loved Audrey. The Sheriff's Office, we will continue to process the evidence that has been gathered to ensure that the justice for Audrey.
Audrey's body was discovered not too far from where authorities found her backpack. What was at first a missing persons case has now turned into a murder investigation. During a press conference on Tuesday after Audrey's body was discovered, prosecutors announced they plan to file charges that could put McDougal in prison for the rest of his life.
Based on all of the evidence that law enforcement has collected, they are in the process of preparing the appropriate arrest warrants for Don Stephen McDougal. At this time, we believe the appropriate arrest warrant is going to be for capital murder in the death of Audrey Cunningham. He is currently still in jail under an unrelated felony charge here. I understand that this is a very difficult time for Audrey's family and for our community. The substantial law enforcement resources that were marshaled by the Sheriff Lyons, I think should show you that this county and law enforcement, they will come out when they need to protect our children. And the assets that we have been made available to Polk County to protect our children have been substantial. And at this point, as Sheriff Lyons said, he'll continue to collect the evidence and process that. The district attorney's office is going to stand right beside them and follow through. And we promise that you can assure that the district attorney's office will be just as dedicated to this case as every one of these law enforcement officers that are standing behind you to do what is right for Audrey and bring justice to our community.
In Texas, a capital murder charge could carry the punishment of the death penalty, but prosecutors say they haven't made that decision just yet.
Until we get all
I'm
of
sure
the
they will.
evidence and all the autopsy reports, we're going to have to hold and work with law enforcement to determine what is the best solution to this case.
Sheriff Byron Lyons said McDougal admitted to leaving the house with Audrey on the morning she vanished. He didn't elaborate further and never confessed to what happened to Audrey, leaving officials to turn to evidence that Lyons says points right to McDougal.
We was collecting through the cell phone analysis, as well as through our videos that we were able to collect, and some of the information that we received from him, we were able to pinpoint and said there were several points of interest that was turned over to us, so that we were able to develop. And thank goodness and thank by the grace of God, one of those places of interest we were able to locate. And right now, folks, when we start talking about how we linking evidence to Google and linking evidence to this case, we want to be very careful on how we do that. I will feel safe to say this is that there is substantial evidence through the evidence that we've gathered, and some of that evidence was even gathered by the wonderful witnesses and wonderful folks out there in the social media who sent us videos, who sent us pictures. Some of that, even that evidence helped us to be able to come up with these locations, as well as the evidence from cell phones and as videos to pinpoint these locations.
And here's what else we know about Don Stephen McDougal. Officials previously said McDougal was friends with Audrey's father. In addition to living on Audrey's family's property, he sometimes would take Audrey to the bus stop. McDougal has an extensive criminal past, including DUI, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and in 2007, he pleaded no contest to enticement of a child and was sentenced to just 2 years in prison. McDougal was given credit for more than 500 days of time served, and he wasn't required to register as a sex offender.
Enticement of a child or child-centric crimes, those tend to be people that re-offend. almost always. It's not something that they grow out of, and it's not something that they stop doing. And when they reoffend, they tend to escalate that behavior, if you will. So you would go from enticement of a child to attempting to assault a child, right? And so I think that's more the type of crime is what we would build the profile off of, versus, a violent felonious assault. I mean, yes, that's bad, of course, but typically with child-centric crimes, they don't stop offending.
Tracy Walder is a former FBI and CIA agent. I spoke with her prior to Audrey's body being discovered. She explained that McDougal should have been put on a sex offender registry.
So I personally
Should
feel
have,
that
yeah.
Audrey was failed by kind of two elements here. It's my understanding that the school actually didn't even report to the parents that she hadn't shown up for school that day.
That's crazy.
And that gave whomever took her, a 7-hour head start on them. They weren't told until she didn't come home from school. So I find that's one piece that we sort of need to look at. The next piece in regards to McDougal
The
is
school
that his enticement of a
didn't
child
even
sentence,
notify.
he was not placed on any kind of registered sex offender list. So even if the parents had done a background check on him per se, just kind of light one, they would have seen that he would have been in prison for assault, those kinds of things. Now, is that someone I personally...
Okay, I'm not going to take the phone call right now, and you keep calling restricted. So, if you don't want to ruin it for anybody else, obviously wait, and then type it in chat if you're trying to call.
would leave my child with? No, but again, I'm not here to shame parents.
Because I'll just shut the shit off
They
until
make,
we're
and this
ready
could
to
have
go.
been someone that they knew for a long time, and that was very
That's right,
trusted by the
Pebbles. It
family.
has.
So I do think, in terms of the criminal justice system, not putting him on a registered sex offender list, that failed her, in my opinion, as well.
The Livingston
can't
School
believe
District, where
that.
the young fifth grader went to school, took to social media as they grieved the loss of one of their own. They wrote in part, quote, "While the details of this tragedy are still unfolding, our heart goes out to the entire community during this heartbreaking loss. Please keep Audrey's family, teachers, friends, and community in your thoughts and prayers as they grieve this tragic loss." The 11-year-old's death has left an entire Texas community heartbroken and a family devastated. Right now, please keep Audrey's...
How in the hell did this, right? People still call restricted. You think I'm going to answer your call? Unless somebody's like, hey, CJ, I'm calling. Okay. But come on now. There's a reason you're calling restricted. I wouldn't take the call on my Google Voice. I'm not taking the call on that. Now, it's crazy to me how in the hell school doesn't notify the parents that their child didn't show up to school, usually 20 minutes after the teacher's doing the head count. Billy, Susie, Jimmy, Bobby, here. Oh, Audrey. Then you turn in the paper, because that's what you're supposed to do as a teacher. After you do your roll call in the morning, then you turn in the paper to the office, and then they're the ones that make the phone calls to the parents saying, it looks like Audrey's not in class today, according to Miss Betty. Is Audrey okay? Right?
I mean, that doesn't happen here. I've not heard of that, but if that's what's normal, then obviously if that's a rule that wasn't followed, then it's a huge problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you want to call back, you can call back. I'm just not going to answer restricted.
I just keep getting a fright every time it rings, but I will be ready.
Oh, I already have it shut off. From now on, I'll just turn it on when somebody's calling instead. I was trying to be cool, but there's, idiots out there. I was already told from a birdie that somebody special was going to be trying to do some dumb shit like that to ruin my show today. So it was already expected.
Oh.
Yeah, some asshole out there that wants to talk a bunch of shit. Yeah, verdict in. All right, give me 1 second. Let's go to the verdict. Let's see, February. So if you want to call, you're more than welcome. Just don't be restricted. because I didn't answer it that way on Google, and I'm not doing it on this one. I'm just trying to do something special for y'all. But I've already been warned. This person was supposed to do this today. I wish people would grow the fuck up on YouTube. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's Hey, I already warned everybody in the beginning. I said people will be stupid. Hey, you already know how I'm going to be. I already have that reputation on YouTube. I don't put up with nobody's shit. Because when I was a YouTube channel and I would sit there and watch all these other YouTube creators sit there and take this fucking bullshit harassment from all these asshole people. And I said, for a dollar bill. You know what I mean? For a dollar bill. And I'm like, you know what? That's one thing. If I ever make a show, I don't give a fuck how much pennies or dollars. I'm not going to sit there and tolerate that bullshit. And I never have, and I never will. I just don't tolerate it.
Yeah. Some people's standards are a little lower.
The verdict is in. All right. I'm not seeing nothing yet. I'll leave it on there. While we're sitting here, I wanted to ask you. So we talked a little bit yesterday. Yesterday when we were talking about the sheath. And you were talking to me about the theory, why is there no volume? Oh, they're just sitting there. So we were talking about my theory about it being maybe Kaylee or Maddie's K-bar. And that's what I think. I think that I feel like it wasn't the person that committed the crime. I feel like it was one of the victims for protection, just with all the way everything is laid out and in circumstances and stuff like that. What are you thinking? Because I know you were asking me questions. What are you thinking?
So when it comes to the sheath, I think, and I've mentioned this in this video that I didn't put up yet, so I can kind of explain it now. I think that there's been a lot of emphasis placed on the sheath, almost as if the sheath is the actual weapon. And we kind of tend to forget that we have this knife attack and we have this knife sheath, but we don't necessarily have the knife in the middle that actually relates those two things. So it's really hard to know anything about the sheath, and we can't rule out that it was part of the household, because what the sheath is circumstantial, right? So that can be really strong evidence, but it can also be really weak evidence. So the key to that is literally in the name. It depends on the circumstances around what makes that evidence relevant to that particular case, and we don't know enough about that. So we don't even know necessarily enough about the autopsies or all of that to know what was used and if it's confirmed to be a K-bar. So we can, get excited about a K-bar, but we don't know. We don't know what was used. We don't know how many weapons were used, and we can't rule out that the sheath belonged there. Not necessarily the knife, but I mean, what can we know about it? It's just not clear.
I've always, for the longest time, I always was just like, I don't know, you listen to the coroner and the way that she describes the injuries, you listen to the Consalvis family and the way that they describe the autopsy a couple times during these news specials that they have out there, different things here and there, and I don't know, I just always had a hard time thinking that the K-bar was the weapon number one, with the reports of what's being discussed as the injuries, and then also how the sheath was left. Those two just don't jive with me. Right, Rachel? It's like they don't match.
I mean, I think exactly. And I mean, what effort has been made to locate the weapon? We can say that there's a sheath and then we just settle on, okay, so whatever belonged to the sheath must be the weapon that was used. But the presence of the sheath on its own, I don't think is enough to conclude that that is definitely what was used. There needs to be more information about those wounds because people behave like a sheath is, the murder weapon. They don't have a murder weapon. They don't. And they kind of, in a way, they are carrying on like they do. And at the end of the day, they just have something that might have stored the murder weapon. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's what, because to me, it was like they had a clip-on private eye, right? Like it's some fake-ass shit. It's to make you think it's an illusion. It's to make you think it's real, but really it's fake as shit when you look down into it. And so to me, it was almost like they approached it with the clip-on eye, because when the weapon is not there, right? The K-bar is not there, but at the same time, what better trophy than somebody that committed this crime than to take that K-bar from one of the victims? What better trophy could they have? Because they could literally have that K-bar in their own sheath, because I'm sure you can buy a sheath by itself, in his own sheath, walking around town, going to flea markets and all this other shit, and that dude can literally have that trophy by his side 24/7, and nobody. He could be totally. He could be driving down on a, having a ice cream cone and pull out the knife and start looking at it and just relive the fucking crime at the ice cream store, and nobody could even tell that none. They couldn't even tell.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to this case and how things have been investigated, there's a lot of like suggestive stuff that kind of has been portrayed to be there's a lot of emphasis on it. But I mean, if you think about things like just in terms of what was seized from Brian Koberger's property, right? They're saying that he had overalls or a jumpsuit,
I got
and
him.
he somehow managed to dispose of that, kept the tag, and he took his trash out but kept the receipts. So
A business
it's the same
expense?
with the sheath and the knife.
Maybe a business expense. I don't know. Or
Yeah.
maybe a Christmas gift.
Maybe, but there's a lot of things that indicate something, but it's not the actual thing.
I have rubber gloves. Sometimes if you're working with oil, or whatever, and you want to wear some gloves, or you're working out in the yard, I got gloves. You might be cleaning like I was doing with the fire restoration before they came. I was cleaning my own walls and stuff. You don't think I wasn't wearing protective equipment when I was doing that? Yeah, you're gonna find rubber gloves. You're gonna find all this, a black hat. Oh gosh, I got black gloves that have no fingertips on them. Oh shit, I better watch out. So the stuff that they found, I don't really see the biggest thing to me was they didn't find victims' DNA. They didn't find all those red spots in Koberger's apartment and Steptoe, brownish red, regular, irregular, all these different. I mean, geez, there was pages and pages of spots, which they should, because they should investigate every single freaking little piece possible. But some people just run with it like it's just. But the huge part is there was no evidence anywhere whatsoever tied to these victims, period. And that's why you had a lot of these Koberger guilters, saying 100% guilty, a lot of these Coburgers people were saying, well, if there's nothing in the car, then I'm going to change. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, if there's nothing in the car, then okay, I'm changing my mind, right? And then what happened? Boom, nothing was in the fucking car. And what happened? Boom, nobody changed their fucking mind that said that they were going to change their fucking mind, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean it would be that's how expected it would be, that they would like bluff that and then have to be like, whoa, they missed one of those irregular spots for sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't seem that there's anything to go by in terms of the victims being a trace where he is and in his space. And that's also, I mean, it's an apartment that he had lived in for what, 6 months, and it's a university residence, right? So how many people were just in and out of his place as well? Hence all the spots. I mean, it's not like that was his long-term residence either. So it's really weird that they just didn't find anything. I think that's very telling, because how talented is he? He can dispose of all that, but he forgets a tag.
I don't. Okay, when I talk about my profession as auto body detail, the vehicles that I used to do, when I talk about all the people that I was around, listen, okay, this is what I'm saying, and this is where I'm coming from. What's up, Steve W66? Okay, I used to do vehicles for NBA, for MLB, for Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, for PGA, for the owners of the Browns and the Indians and the Cavs and all this. You know what I mean? I used to do their fucking vehicles, right? That was my job. I was very well, I did very well doing it. You know what I'm saying? I got to meet a lot of people, but the thing is I had an expertise at cleaning out vehicles and making them look like they're brand new, coming off the damn showroom floor, whether you drove it 2 hours ago or you drove it 10 minutes ago. That was my job. Okay? And when I first heard that people were sitting there saying, "Oh, wow, well, he cleaned out his car." I'm sorry. You're not cleaning out a car that damn good where you can get rid of DNA. It's just not happening. And I used to get paid from the people that, like I had fucking LeBron. This dude, I would have to detail his car fucking before a practice, after a practice, and there was 2 practices a day, so I was doing it 4 times. Just LeBron. Like I'm the one that had to make sure that there was no specks of dust or glitter or alcohol. I had to clean out blood. I had to clean out alcohol and makeup and all of these different things that kids pop. I even, you know what I mean? Like I had to do that. So if I know how hard it is to clean just glitter and fucking alcohol and whatever, you know what I'm saying? You're not doing it. I'm sorry. BK wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have been going for fucking cloud-based forensics and all this other shit. He would have been going for detail. All right, verdicts in. Give me 1 second. Let's share it real quick. Is it going to play it?
The jury has reached a verdict in this matter.
Oh, wow. Just in time.
As to charge ID 193-7947C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree assault, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say
You
that
have
he's
to.
guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes. As to charge ID 202-7112C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree murder.
No, you're
do you
good.
find
Thank
the
you.
defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
What's up, baby?
And as to charge ID 202-7113C, charging the defendant with the crime of falsifying physical evidence, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes. And on charge ID 202-7114C, charging the defendant Adam Montgomery with the crime of abuse of corpse, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And on charge ID 202-7115C, charging the defendant Adam Montgomery with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service. You've performed an important civic duty, and that is as to the alternates as well as all the deliberating jurors. What we're going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the deliberation room. The alternates are going to be able to go back now with you. You can discuss the case with each other. So it's an opportunity for you to do that. I'm going to take a few minutes with the lawyers here, and then I will come in to discuss a couple of other matters with you further, and then you'll be released from your service. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
Where's the young gun bailiffs? What the hell? With all the people running towards judges nowadays, you got Barney Fife and Barney Fife's cousin there. What the hell are they going to do? Okay, so they're going to discuss right now with the lawyers probably what the sentence or what the punishment. Guilty on all charges. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he was thinking he was going to get away with it, right?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Counsel, we just need to schedule sentencing. I don't know how much time the parties feel that they need.
I think they're going to discuss it right now.
Will both sides be prepared? Actually, I don't know what the court may not have sufficient time that day. So let me just look.
We'll get back to the Idaho Force stuff here soon. I saw your questions. By the way, if you can go ahead and type your stuff in Idaho 4, I'm starring questions and things like that, so we can get back to it after this. And also, if you want to call, you're more than welcome after we get done with this as well. Yeah, AG, I got yours saved too, buddy.
No, I'm actually going to.
I'd like to have you on the show sometime.
In the morning, but I'm in trial after.
It's all good, true
maybe
crime.
that we need to. Maybe we could just get some time frame. Let me look to the state first about how long do you need to be prepared, and I'll have.
We may need to at least go a little bit of time beyond that. I would say. Sorry, I'm just looking at my calendar as well.
Better not to give me a date. Just tell me about how far out and about how much time you think you'll need.
I think, Your Honor, we're going to need roughly 4 weeks, so somewhere around the last week of March, first week of April.
So sometime after April
4
1st.
weeks.
I know I'm going into a lengthy trial in April, so we'll see what we can do. About how long a hearing do you feel that you'll need?
Based upon the best estimate, Your Honor, is probably at least half the day, so at least a solid 3 hours. We need to save this time period to go, and we use less of it, we use less.
Okay, just knowing what the court's docket is, and then I know I have a 3-week trial also in April. It may not be possible to get it in that month, but we'll do it as quickly thereafter as we can, as long as that's sufficient for the defense.
Hmm.
Putting us into May.
Into May. What are they?
Okay.
What are they talking
If there are
about?
other constraints, please let the court know. Otherwise, we'll schedule it as the docket permits in sometime after April 1st.
Wow, 30
Is that okay
years
with you?
for weapons?
Yes. Okay. We have jury trials to work around, but okay. All right. I'm not inclined. I know the parties are preparing sentencing memos. I'm not inclined for a PSI unless somebody feels that one would be needed. No. Okay. Very good. Sentencing memos. Any sentencing memos should be in. I would say, given the time frame, if you can sentencing memos in 10 days in advance, that would be helpful to the court.
Thank you, AG. We'll
That
go
would
into
give
that here in a minute.
Time for the court to consider any information, ample time to consider any information the court needs to consider. Anything else we need to accomplish today?
I think, Your Honor, just from the state's perspective, when we do have the sentencing date, we're getting closer. The state will ask under RSA 651:4-A that the defendant, whether he likes it or not, have to be transported here for the sentencing pursuant to that statutory authority.
Okay. If you're going to file something, did you say?
File that, Your Honor. Okay. There's very clear statute on it, there's case law on it. We will provide that to the court ahead of time and do that in plenty of time so that the defense can respond to that before we get anywhere near that 10-day mark ahead of the hearing.
Okay.
Having a hard time kind of
Anything else the defense wants to raise? Not at this time. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
I'm back.
So what were they? So he already has 30 years gun charge. Oh man, my ears itching. So they have 30 years. Yeah, there's a reason, because you're an unknown caller. Unknown caller. I already said that. I said if you're unknown, I don't answer it, just like I don't Google. Makes a YouTube man. You need to go out and like get a date or something. You got too much damn time if you're making another YouTube called Unknown Caller just to be an unknown caller. Go get a date, man. Go get a date. Have some fun. Shit. You know? Damn. Yeah. Sorry, I already told you. Unknown callers don't get picked up just like Google, so call in with a real number and we'll take your call. You know what I'm saying? I already told the rules in the beginning. Is it not my fault? Is that the incel? Are you an incel or what? Is unknown caller the incel unknown caller? What's up? Go get a date. All right. So what are they talking about here with this? What do they have to discuss? Are they discussing the court? The court like punishment, what he's gonna get? I don't understand. What are we? So he's sentencing. So he's let me go ahead and subscribe to that. So I guess we'll go ahead and go back to the Idaho 4 conversation. Let me know if they come back in and let me know if they come back in. If we have to go back to it or not. Let me see if there's anything breaking real quick. ABC 7. Did they talk to the victim some more? Hold on one second. Okay, that's the same interview. So they have the first girl that was a victim in the Audrey Cunningham case, but it's the same interview. from last night. So, all right, let me get to your guys's messages here. So AG brought up a good one here. Give me 1 second. Let me scroll up. That's fine. Then I choose not to take your call. It's my fucking show. It's my rules. So I'm sorry. There's other talk shows out there.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
There's other talk shows out there that'll entertain it. Swipe left. What's up, Matt? How you doing? All right. So let me see. AG put in question for the chat. Question for the chat. Why does KG have 1122 as her address on 10/5/21? And here is the screenshot of that from AG. So we'll go to this. And that's a little small. How about that? All right. So it says reported date 10/5/2021 and does have the address listed as 1122 King Road. And this was from, looks like a noise. Let's see, was it a noise complaint? Complaint. Yeah, it was a noise complaint, I think. So that was, what do you guys think of that?
When was she like officially said to have moved out?
Well, her family, her mom said that she was already moved out, that she went up there to collect a few things, and then she was going to be taking her final class on the Monday and then coming back to visit them on the Tuesday after the crime took place. So, but it's weird because when you see the pictures like it doesn't look like she moved out.
Right.
And with, you see how Jack was so jealous. I mean, if you look at you read his comments from, you read the comments from like the social media posts of stuff, and there's a lot of jealousy and a lot of hate. When it came to like him, seeing other men hit on his girlfriend, or ex, I should say. Then, it makes you think, well, did she leave the items there to make him not be aware that she was moving because of how jealous he was about, you hear the date that she went on from Christy, talk about the date and how the dude said, make me a fucking sandwich or something, bitch. And, she told her mom that. So it's like, I don't know. There's been situations I know that I've had friends of mine that, their boyfriend was like that, and they had to literally not, they had to like move out of their apartment like this much notice, and then you go help them move, and you're there to help protect them while you're helping them move their shit and all this other stuff because of that situation. So I don't know.
Yeah, look, I mean, is it possible that the furniture was at all part of the rental in any way? It was definitely her stuff.
Well, it does make you wonder. It could be part of a rental because we've heard of that. And with the subleasing, there's a lot of, when you get into the background of that property and then like the leases and stuff, there's a lot of subleasing. So even if somebody is on the lease, they're technically not necessarily on the lease because they were subleased to this person. So then it's like it's so weird because in these leases they don't even last like a 1 year at a time or one semester at a time. These things can constantly change at any moment. It's like when somebody's, even if they're there for 2 months, okay, sublease, you know.
But is it not
It's crazy.
possible that she was going to do that while moving out? So maybe she was going to keep the place, but sublease, but not live there. Rent it out, furnished, just her room. I don't know. But I know what you mean. I mean, we've seen what was in there, and the room, it was full. It was fully furnished, from what we could see in.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I gotta get rid of this. It's I'm an officer and I have a lot of information, but I'm gonna call unknown and I'm gonna keep calling and I'm gonna have a YouTube channel unknown. Get the hell out of here. What the hell, man? I gave you a warning. You didn't want to listen. Later.
Yeah.
I already gave you the rules. This is my show. This is our community. And we don't need to deal with that shit. We have real conversations going on instead of having to have some dumbass conversation in the background. Block. There you go. No, it's fine. I already switched it to where unknown can't even ring in. So I've already switched it to where unknown or restricted doesn't even ring the phone number. You have to actually have a phone number to call in now. And that number, already blocked it. So thank you. Yeah, this is, you don't fuck around in our community. All right. So when it comes to, we were talking about the sheath and the injuries, right? I felt like the injuries, based off of the description from, and this was way back in the beginning, and we can play it again, based off the description from the coroner, you know, when she's talking, you know, about, was it scabs? No, more like this and that. You're like, wait a minute. Like the waving the noodle arm, you know, with the K-bar, keep the whole property quiet. No, I felt like it was something a hell of a lot bigger than that. We were exploring probably around a year ago. We started maybe January of last year. We started getting into the thought of the whole machete type,
Yeah.
you know, discussion, and then seeing the picture with, you know, Bethany standing there like she's gonna swing the machete at a pumpkin, and Xana's getting ready to throw the pumpkin out there, and you see this machete all over the place, you know. So it's almost like I don't know, I almost felt like it was like a machete or some type of weapon like that actually created that. What do you think?
I think that, I don't know. I'm not quite sure about the K-bar thing. I kind of am pretty sure that there was more than one weapon involved. And I mean, didn't Enon Harsh also mention something about a blunt stabbing kind of implement as well? So I mean, there was word around about it being something else.
Yeah, she states it sharp, blunt. So what is it? Sharp or blunt or both? Well, what's both? Sharp and blunt. You know, we've seen pictures floating around about a machete. Have you seen that? Have you discussed those at all?
Yeah, but
Machete?
again, I think more than one thing. I really think so. I think in one of my videos, I put out one of the police logs about an incident in April where somebody was asking for switchblades at the grocery store or the Walmart.
Oh,
right?
really?
So, and
There's a
and yeah,
police
yeah, I
report
think
for
it's
that?
I think it's on my Twitter profile. I can check for it quickly. It said somebody made a violent statement and was asking for switchblades, and that was in April. So there were a couple of things that happened in
Weird that they
April.
made a report about that. AG, why take it? I was just saying it earlier. It's the biggest trophy any person that committed this crime could take, because they could be eating their ice cream cone and pulling out the K-bar that they took from the victims and reliving the crime right next to Sally that's eating her ice cream, and she don't know none the better about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a lot of times people's weapons do get turned on them when they try and defend themselves. So then that would change into a weapon that was involved, and they would have to take it. Yeah.
Think about it. What usually gets taken from a crime scene? An ID, an article of clothing, a necklace. You know what I mean? There's always something that can, that can you imagine what would be easier for what would be more like the guy could hold up a necklace while he's eating an ice cream cone. Yeah, you're probably going to look fucking weird, right? If you're looking at your K-bar while you're holding an ice cream cone, somebody's probably just going, yeah. But at the same time, you're like, you know what I mean? You're not going to be like, whoa, he's holding up somebody's neck. No, it's just, well, maybe he's getting ready to carve a tree or something. You know what I mean? Like the people ain't going to be like, oh my gosh. And they ain't going to think about it if you're walking down the street at a flea market or a festival wearing the damn knife, and you could literally just, everybody's having a good time riding rides, and you just pull it out and you're just reliving the freaking crime. I think it would be the perfect, right, Pebbles, like the perfect souvenir.
Exactly, yeah.
Because it's not theirs. It's not their knife. You know what I mean?
I think definitely something for them to keep, like a souvenir or a trophy. I mean, I don't know about, sort of staring at it while eating ice cream in public. I think maybe it is kind of something that's like they
I'm
treasure.
just trying to like.
No. I know, but I think that it is a good point that it would have been taken as a trophy.
Perfect trophy, I think. And the reason that I think that the sheath was where it was at, not because they committed the crime, holding the sheath, or they're not going to give it to a soldier, and our military is not going to give our soldiers a knife sheath that can come off with a struggle in a college girl's bedroom. All right. There's way more fucking danger out there in the battlefield. And if you're telling me a sheath can come off, you know what I mean, while that is taking place, well, then that doesn't say much about the effectiveness out on the battlefield, does it? Because then you're telling me they're going to put the soldiers in harm's way where it can come off that easy, and the person that they're trying to fight can then gain access to that weapon to use on the soldier itself? I don't think so. The military is not going to put our soldiers in that kind of position. So the person's not going to be holding it in their hand while they're going to commit the crime. This isn't, some kind of video game where you got two hands and one's going like this. No, it's not that. That's why I feel like regardless of where the sheath was at, it was on Maddie's right side, right? So that would mean Maddie was face up, because if it was in between both victims and on Maddie's right side, if Maddie was laying down on her face, then it would be on the floor. So Maddie's face up, sheath on the right side, in between the victims. Kaylee's up against, slumped over, up against the corner of the wall. You see the sheath in between, because to me, the victim would have been holding the sheath, probably Kaylee, because of the way Maddie was found. I'm saying when somebody heard the puppy and said, I think somebody's here, that's when I believe Kaylee got up, grabbed the fucking K-bar off of the dresser, and then took the sheath off and held onto it, because she didn't know who was there, so she didn't know if she was going to have to use it or not. And if you didn't have to use it, well, then you have the sheath in your hand to put it back in the sheath real quick. You're going to hold this, so if somebody's coming in, all of a sudden you're going to drop it because you need to try and defend yourself, right? You're going to have the sheath, you're going to drop it because you need to defend and then push away. That's why the sheath fell in between the two girls. And that's why I feel like the sheath was used for protection from the girls, and the reason the knife isn't there is because the person took it as one of the best souvenirs you could ever have from committing the crime, because he could have ditched his own knife, right? His own blade that he used for the crime, got rid
Right.
of it. Why? Because that was the weapon that was used. But the weapon that wasn't used, let me take that one. And what's even better, when he can sit there and pull out that damn knife from the crime and go, oh, it's not only that I have this with me, but they tried to
Right.
use this on me and I won. That's an even bigger
Yeah.
trophy for you to
I
have.
get
What's
that.
up, Golf?
And I think that, what you're saying there makes sense if it is true that KB was the one with more defensive wounds, because there would have been some kind of a struggle to get there. So if there was a difference in defensive wounds between the two, then it might have been that something was taken, or that there was some kind of a difference in how they were approached. Assuming that it was the same person or even two people, it seems
Thank
to
you.
be what people are saying is that there were more defensive wounds on Kaylee. So, yeah, I think that,
And
that
then
would be supportive of that.
Yeah, because I think what happened. This is how I think it went down. Like, I think that the person was in the other room with the puppy. The puppy made some noise, and I feel like they were hiding up there. I still like when we had our conversation yesterday, and I told you, I've still thought from the very beginning of this case when I first heard it that the second floor was first.
Yeah.
And we kind of went into that yesterday when we were talking on the phone, or the Google thing, when I was kind of trying, like, I just still, ever since the case started, I still can't get out of the fact that I feel like the second floor was first. I feel like what happened is the person came in from the sliding glass door. If this was the second floor scenario first, came in from the sliding glass floor, went to the second floor room first, right? That's what woke up the dog, and that's what made the dog made noise, because the Kaylee's room is directly next to, it's almost like not above it, but kinda in a way. And so that sound transfer between those walls is going to transfer. And so I think the noise from downstairs, second floor, was from that. That's what made the dog make a noise. Then Kaylee says, I think somebody's here. The person, after going to the second floor bedroom, then walks upstairs, commits the crime, because that's when I think somebody's here. Well, they think somebody's here because they also hear what's going on the second floor too. And then when they come upstairs, Maddie probably isn't able to wake up. That's, she's probably passed out pretty hard. She's not able to wake up. That's why she's still laying on her back. By the way, if you're that intoxicated, please be careful laying on your back. It's not a good idea. But she was laying on her back. I feel like the person came in the door real quick. Maddie was already passed out. It was something quick for Maddie because she was just laying there, while Kaylee was like, oh my gosh, what the hell's going on? Your body, your mind is trying to understand what the hell is taking place in front of it, because this is not something that takes place every day. So you are in a shock phase in a way. And I think the shock phase, and then how quick the person came in there, and they knew that Maddie wasn't going to be very tough because of the way she was found. And then they just went after Kaylee, and they knew that they had her up in the corner and there was nothing that she could do. And I think that that's when they just went nuts. And then I think the person came back downstairs, heard the whimpering, and then said, oh shit, I thought I finished the second floor first, but I didn't. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to help you get out. I'm here to help end what I didn't end in the first place. And then that's when they ended it. And then they left the second bedroom and that's when they were noticed by DM. So that's how I could explain doing the second floor first, going up, coming back down because you noticed you didn't finish it because of the whimpering, the you know, from what DM states. So to me, it's just as plausible that they could have went second floor first, went upstairs, came back downstairs because they heard it. Then again, no matter what, you're still walking the way where DM would notice you. And
Yeah. The only thing that I struggle with when it comes to DM and all of that is the time between her hearing the crying and getting to her door, and then that being enough time for that person to pass her by, because I still don't understand when the crying stopped, because I don't think that it's something that takes her very long to get to her door. So I just that still kind of bugs me a little bit. That just that timing, you know, in getting to her door. It almost seems to me like he walked away from somebody who was still crying in a way. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe because of the shock, she was like, you know, in shock and wasn't able, because you're filled with a lot of adrenaline at that time. Your body automatically produces the adrenaline, you know, to compensate. The adrenaline might have shock phase for a moment, and maybe that's why he didn't hear it. He went in there real quick, walked away, didn't hear it until he came back downstairs. Tiffany, you're confused. I wasn't saying that the sheath could protect them. I don't know what you mean, because I never said that. The sheath is designed to protect the knife, not the person carrying it. In a dangerous situation, it wouldn't provide much. No, that's why I'm saying they didn't know if they needed to use it or not. So you're gonna put it back in, because you hear somebody, you don't know. You don't know if they're. You didn't say, "I hear a perpetrator." No, you said,
Well,
I think somebody's here. So you don't know if it's a friend or a perpetrator. And so that's why you're going to hold on to it, because you're not going to be intoxicated sitting next to your friend and then all of a sudden like fall over, and all of a sudden I didn't mean to use it. No, you're going to have the damn sheets with you. I'm not saying people, like, please, like, I hope people weren't thinking that I was saying like they would hold up a sheet and say, "Stay back." No, that's not what it. No, I'm saying that's why the sheath would have been there, because it's not coming off somebody's belt. The person that committed the crime is not holding the damn sheath because they need the other hand to do the crime. The only reason the sheath would have been there is that Kaylee grabbed it, went up against the corner of the wall, and didn't know if she needed it or not. And when she needed it, she had to pull it out. And then what's going to happen? You think that she's going to hold on to that sheath if somebody's coming at her? No, she's going to drop it right between her and fucking Patty and hold her hand out to try and block them. I wish I could paint the picture for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I think that does paint a picture in a way that being, you know, something that the perpetrator decided to bring with and didn't secure to, you know, their belt, or just, you know, they were just careless with the sheath. That doesn't make sense. I mean, that's not. It really doesn't make any sense to me that they would just drop their sheath. I don't get it.
It's the only, because when I'm looking at the sheath, I'm like, what is the most plausible reason? Because everybody can say it was planted. Everybody can say it was planted, right? But when you have to look at the most plausible, okay, beyond planting, because planting is the most obvious fucking excuse. Go beyond that. What is the only plausible reason that sheath would be there? It's because it's one of the victims.
Yeah, I think. Look, in terms of the scenario of planting the sheath. I think that
I don't think it
it is possible, but
It's always possible.
it's difficult. You have to like weigh up the different scenarios, and in terms of what you're saying, it likely wasn't something that pretty likely that that's just not the case. And if it's down to, you know, was it planted or was it one of theirs, I, to be honest with you, like, can't decide.
No,
I
I mean
think
that's
that it's really, really possible that it belonged to one of the victims, and that's not something that's, yeah.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out pretty bad. What did you say about? What did you just say a second ago? The point toward a certain group.
Sorry, it's getting stuck again.
No, it's okay. No, I mean, come on. Like in the very beginning, everybody was discussing planted. You have to go beyond that. You know, when you have, listen, when you have, they're basically saying the person that committed the crime left the sheath. Okay. The easiest thing to say is it was planted. Okay. How are you going to prove it was planted? How are you going to prove it? How can you, like, where can you even expand on the conversation of it being planted? You can say it was planted. You can assume it was planted. You can believe it was planted. What beyond planted can you, you know, it was planted by one of the 3 officers that were up there. It was planted by, okay. Where else can you go with that? You can't. When they're sitting there, and let's be honest, there's a lot of this shit that is suspicious as hell. It always is. I'm not saying nothing. I've been the one from the beginning saying I can't tell you 100% either fucking way. But what I can tell you is what makes sense. And what makes sense to me is that the killer's not going to have the sheath in their hand. You go beyond it being planted, right? I doubt somebody that came in the house that morning threw it over there, but maybe it could have been. I mean, listen, when you have 8 hours between when the crime happened and when first responders show up, there's a whole bunch of stuff that could have happened. Whole bunch of stuff. But when you're trying to, you have to go beyond planted because that is just the base level of it. Okay, say it wasn't planted. How else would it have been there? What's more logical? When we're looking at the parking lot, what's more logical of the person committing the crime? Being in the back parking lot. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't add up. Plus, they did have different...
No, look, if it wasn't planted, then to me, I'm really sure that it is not the weapon that was used. And again, you have to kind of look at the chances of it being planted. And I'm still at a stage where I have to say I don't know, but I think that it's equally possible that what you're saying is the case. I just can't really settle on a decision. I think that it's really possible that it belonged to one of them, that it was part of the household. And I think that the difference in defensive wounds might show that, you know, especially if there was a struggle to get that away from one of them, from Kaylee.
Yeah, because it's not coming off. It's not. They're not. Our military's not going to give our soldiers knives that can come off in a struggle with a college co-ed. You know what I mean? Like they're not. And if they're giving the military that kind of bunk shit, well, you need to refigure out something because how can you trust? What's up, Jeff? How can you trust any? How can you trust anybody or any that weapon in that situation? You know what I mean? Like, what's the purpose of it in the first place? Close combat. So you're gonna tell me you're gonna make a knife in a sheath and a cover for it that can come off in a light close combat?
Exactly.
Or a close combat period.
And from the perspective of the killer, that's what they chose to use. So in the same way, why would they, you know, make a decision to use that weapon and then not actually utilize the accessories properly and actually use it the way that it's intended in terms of the sheath, right? So
Right.
it would almost be like if you're just going to discard that sheath or just misplace that sheath, why did you even bring it? Because you
Yeah.
weren't using it properly.
Listen, if
It
you're
wasn't.
committing the crime, you're like, if you take your car there, you're not gonna fucking, if the sheath is not on your waist, you're not carrying the damn sheath in with you. If you're in your car, you're leaving the damn sheath in your car because you already know you're expecting to use it. This is the argument why I say that I feel like it was Maddie's or Kaylee's. If you are expecting to use it, Kaylee or Maddie wouldn't expect it because they didn't know if they needed to use it or not. If you're the person committing the crime, you know damn well you're going to use it 100%.
Right.
What do you need the sheath for? You don't need it.
Yeah.
So you're going to leave it. Why would you, like I said, if you're going to commit this crime, why are you going to have one of your hands tied up with the sheath if you're the killer? It makes absolutely
make
no
sense.
sense.
No.
What, you can have one, like, why don't you just tie your hand behind your back if you're going to be that brave? Why don't you just tie your hand behind your back and go like this? You know?
Yeah.
Why?
And I mean, also, I suppose if they were putting the weapon back in the sheath to move between the floors, then there would probably be signs of DNA inside the sheath, right? From the knife.
Which is where I'm saying the touch DNA from Koberger came from, because Dirty DNA Glove opened up the sheath to see if there's any DNA on the inside of the strap of the snap, and that's why their thumb with the Dirty DNA Glove touched the inside button snap of the sheath, and that's why there was only touch DNA, because it was transferred. Debre, I think that was Ann Taylor when they were discussing the right around during, I think, the secret grand jury is when Ann Taylor had put that in her paperwork. I don't know if it says it in the PCA, but I think I don't think it says that in the PCA. I think it does in Ann Taylor's court documents, though.
But what is interesting in the PCA is that they say that DNA or evidence was left on the button snap. They don't say found on the button snap, which I always found kind of interesting. I mean, it's a tiny detail, it could be nothing, but I would have really expected them to say found on there, not left on there.
It's like,
but I mean, that could be.
You're looking to see if there's any DNA, you know? There are enough pictures of them. Yeah, I mean, hell, we were even showing if you guys saw what was it, a formal or something right before, there was that guy in the background photobombing everybody's pictures with him going, you know, like this in everybody's pictures.
I've not seen those.
In everybody's pictures, yeah. Kaylee's, Bethany's. He'd either be behind him or on the side of him going.
That is terrifying. Yeah.
If it's not on your belt, you're an idiot. Right. You're not going in there like this. It's not a video game where you're like, It's not happening like that.
Yeah, no, there's really no reason to bring it. If that's
I've
your
been
choice
saying
of
it the whole
weapon.
time, Tiffany. Huh? Go ahead. I'm sorry. The delay's kind of like I don't
No, I was just agreeing, and then it sometimes it does that spinny thing on the screen when my network drops, and then I don't know if I'm supposed to keep speaking or just wait and be like, okay, wait.
I got you. Here, we'll listen to this. This is, the famous interview, November 15th, before they even came out with a press release. So this is the interview. Here's the link to it if you want to have it. I'm sure everybody has it. It's one of the most popular videos. I mean, shit, it's been viewed 229,000 times. That's it. Huh.
Kathy, with a C, Mabbutt, Mabbutt.
And I'm going to ask you, how long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing it for 16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
So what is it that, or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call.
This looks like what I was warned about before the show was true. That certain creators trying to do some shit like that. That's interesting. Love my birdies. My birdies tell me everything.
Or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got
Appreciate
the call
you.
just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
Can you walk us through, like, for our viewers, kind of the process between
5:30.
when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing their examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So those are really that's what my job is.
Yeah, and they had to stay there for 2. Usually the coroner shows up right away.
Yeah, I mean,
Usually
I
they're
was
one of the
wondering
first.
Yeah.
Usually they're one of the first people there. And she had to wait for them to be done doing what they were doing in order for her to show up. This is why this case has been suspicious from the beginning. It's all this shit.
Day
All
one,
this
yeah.
shit. All of it.
Look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So, in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was it's a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're running all 4 deaths.
Yes.
And can you give us a minute?
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
static.
yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder suicide?
No, there are 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes, it's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be somewhat of a delay. So, do you have any idea how long it would take if this were relevant to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
Because of the injuries.
Do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them? Approximately.
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have any could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Is there any sort of time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you said the scene was really difficult, I mean, is this something you had to deal with before in Moscow?
Since I've been coroner, there have been at least 2 other multiple homicide scenes that I've been involved in. So.
Would you say this is probably the most gruesome?
No, it's hard to just single it out. It's the only one I've been to where there have been 4 people at one scene. There have been the other ones have had multiple scenes.
And was anybody else injured?
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't necessarily be notified either.
I didn't know if that was because the injuries.
Oh, right.
Were the deceased all in close proximity to each other, or were they in different rooms?
I don't know that I can discuss that.
My next question too. Yeah. Will we be able to get a copy of your report?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just call.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. We know what the
What the hell? They didn't even.
It just depends on how relevant the toxicology report is, but
Okay. Okay. So it was like before 6 weeks.
it could be. Yeah. You're welcome.
Man, she keeps moving her hands all over the place too. They weren't even prepared for that. That's crazy. They were like 20 seconds from the end. They're like, well, shoot, that was my, well, will we get the report? Okay, just let us know. I mean, it was that.
I mean, I don't know if it's like talking to the media, but she is very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they the university had the crisis team set up. Remember, they already had the crisis team set up, and they were sending out the dean of students and other faculty to the sororities and fraternity houses to gather information.
Very involved.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they were involved. That's why I always felt like. And the reason that they were always up in the press conferences and were always trying to know what the hell was going on was because they were the ones that were getting the information from the students. I don't think the students were talking to police at all. I think even the statements. I think even DM's statement was from a university. Somebody that she talked to from the university based off the wording.
Yeah, so I mean, with one of the sentences to do with Dylan Mortensen, when it says that she did not state that she recognized the male, I always found that really odd because it does sound like a question. Like, did she recognize the male? Did she say? And then the answer is no. Not necessarily like definitely that's the case, but it's not like it doesn't sound like she was directly asked, did you recognize that? It was like she just didn't say. I just found that really weird. So did she not say in her interview, was she just like quiet when you asked her, or did you ask somebody else who had asked her? It's that sentence really does bug me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always felt that they were like suggested, but when you look at shock phase, right? Shock phase is just like clad in black. The shock phase, the clad in black, the shock, like somebody's gonna like, okay, so you're sitting me, what's up, Angie? Thank you for hopping in. So say we're sitting down, right? And you're asking me some questions, and you're like, oh my gosh, this horrific crime, CJ, what happened? And I said, Rosie, I heard some noises, and when I opened up the door a couple times, Rosie, and I didn't notice anything, but I kept hearing stuff, and then that final time that I opened the door, I saw the person's bushy eyebrows, and I stood there in a frozen shock phase. I'm sorry, that doesn't sound to me like a statement from a person that was being asked that question, and I don't see an officer including that in a statement from a witness. Oh, even though she didn't state it, I'm going to include shock phase. Even though she didn't say it, I'm going to include she stood in a frozen shock phase. Like, no. To me, that's somebody from the university saying, look, we understand there's a lot of, they're already used to talking to students. You got to understand, Dylan, you have to understand. Normally we would be talking and we would have to keep everything private, but we have to think about these students. So do me a favor. We've talked before. You're comfortable with me. You're not comfortable talking to anybody else. Let me know what happened, Dylan. Let me know. But you do have to understand, Dylan, that everything that we talk about, I do have to let the authorities know because you are a roommate. Okay. Now I'm saying, so what happened, Dylan? Right? And Dylan says, I opened the last time and I saw the bushy eyebrows and I didn't know what to do. What did you do after that, Dylan? I don't know. I just stood there. I didn't know what to do. And then the person goes and stood there in a frozen shock phase. That's where you got frozen shock phase.
What would be the legalities around doing that? I mean, to take a statement, do you have to be a commissioner of oaths? How does that actually work?
No.
Because I mean, I'm just going by what it,
They were part
how
of the investigative team already. They were part of the investigative team. The university. Okay, so when MPD was looking to get a new building, they needed this. We went back. It was like a MPD Cribs episode we did a long time ago, right around. I know we first started talking about it right when I made my trip in Moscow last November, is when we came across the video, and then I think I made an actual video about it a couple months ago about MPD Cribs, and it shows their previous police department, and then it shows the state-of-the-art multi-million-dollar one that they have right now. And they needed two things. They were reaching out. They even made a video. You had Fry going from this room to this room to this room, trying to show people how they don't have any room and this, and they, we got to turn out of a cul-de-sac and, just all this other stuff, just making these excuses. They needed a new building, right? Well, guess who bought the old MPD building? The University of Idaho. The only reason that they were able to get that new building was because of the University of Idaho. They were already influenced. They already had their team set up before MPD even showed up.
Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they before, this was 2 hours before, maybe longer than that, before MPD showed up. The university already had a crisis put together and had people going out to the sororities and the fraternities trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, I remember that. So, I mean, even though it's not necessarily legal to do it that way, it is possible that information was like.
Yeah, it's whatever MPD wants. So if the university is already, like influencing, right? And listen, if you're MPD, right? What are you going to do if you're in this situation? You're MPD. You don't know what happened. You're asking people, just like what Ann Taylor's saying, less than 10%, and people are slamming the door on her face. Don't you think those same people were doing the shit to MPD? Yeah, because nobody wanted to be that one person that gave the information, because then that person might come unalive them too. So to me, it was like the only person that they're talking to is the people that are at the university, that are meant, and that's what their job is, and that's what they went to schooling for, was to talk to people, was to get people to open up, was to break those outer hard shells, to get people to talk, and right? So if you counselors, so if you're already, like if you're MPD, you're not getting any information. You have a crisis team set up in the university, and the university is the one that says, look, Dylan, I know you don't want to talk to them. You can talk to me. We've talked before. It's a comfortable place. But unlike any other time where we couldn't discuss anything outside this room, Dylan, this time, because of this crime, anything that we do discuss, I do have to let them know. Just, okay. And MPD is going to be like, yo, do whatever you can to get as much information as you can, because we don't know what's going on. And that's why I feel like MPD allowed them to be in that as a part of the investigation, was because they were like, yo, if we don't let them, how are we going to get our information?
Yeah. I mean, even if she did give an official statement at the end of it all, it was still that they could have been directed on what to ask after a lot of sessions with guidance professionals. I suppose if that is how it happened, then those people were kind of just pointing them in the right direction for that interview. And by that time, they could just compile it into a statement without actually having done much of the interview. And I mean, interviews are supposed to be much more extensive than that, and they're supposed to be like
Right.
multi-phase and go on over a couple
Right.
of days until you decide whether you want to leave it at the information phase or you want to change who you're talking to into, a suspect.
But
So
normally that's in a situation where you're not telling your students to go home after four people
yeah,
just got stabbed, in that situation, you're not telling this situation. That's why I feel like when they're like, yeah, go home, they're not following the normal playbook when it comes to, because you
for
don't send
sure.
everybody home. You don't know if you sent, the if you're committing this crime, the last thing you want to do is stand out. So you just made their bed for them by saying, go ahead and take off, and you're not going to look suspicious if you don't come back. Because how many students took off and never came back?
That's a good point. That is a really good point.
You're
That
not
you would
going to
actually want
stand
to
out.
contain it. Yeah. Yeah.
They could have easily, and then they were sending them home right after that. So whoever might have had injuries already got to heal.
Yeah. And I'm sure that they did have injuries. They must have had.
Yeah, that's true. And AG on the last that Paramount special, now we're hearing that Mabbott was telling multiple fucking family members about details of the victims' autopsies that they should not have even been. I mean, there's 3 families now that were called by this lady and were told details that they shouldn't have been fucking told. And they even said that. The family said that. We were told stuff that shouldn't have. The descriptions, and it's like, lady, and you're so experienced, right? Oh, there's been a couple other ones like this too. Yep. Yep, I'm experienced. Yep. Really? Really? Experienced at doing whatever the hell they want you to, because I'm sorry, what coroner is going to sit there and be like, hey, because she's going to get notified just like LE. She's going to get notified.
Yeah.
You already had different agencies there. She's going to get notified. And then listen, Moscow, you can drive from one side to the other in 5 minutes. It does not take you an hour and a half to get there. And when you tell them, well, I had to wait for them to be done doing what they're doing. What?
Yeah. I mean, surely she should be allowed to go in there at least while they're photographing. I mean, that's not abnormal, right?
She determines what happens to the bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not.
You can't do nothing until she shows up.
Because, I mean, even a layperson shouldn't be able to do a death declaration, right? I mean, even if it's very obvious that a person is deceased, you still need a certain professional to come in and actually say and sign off on that, even though, that person, it can be really obvious, but it's not something that just anybody can put on a certificate. It has to be, I mean, that's how it is here, so I'm assuming it's the same. It has to be her.
Yeah, you have to be certified, but a lot of times it's elected. You're a lot of these things, you're elected into these positions. So you could literally have no fucking experience and be elected into this shit. It's all about who you know. It's all about who you know. I mean, hell, you got the judge, Fry, and Green all graduated from Idaho. You know, you have all of these people connected, you know, so yeah, you're gonna, you know what? I bet she's a good ass kisser. She's probably a good ass kisser because if you had that much experience already and this is what you got on the third go round for a horrific crime of this magnitude in your career, this is the third one. Oh my lord, I'd hate to see what the fuck on the first.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got sent to Spokane.
Yeah, so she
'Cause
said
they
they were
didn't even do
contracted
it.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like a couple hours north. But why don't you do it in your own state? You know, you're gonna send it to Washington instead of a you got Coeur d'Alene, you got Boise, you know, you got different. Yeah, they're a lot farther. Coeur d'Alene's not, but there's got to be some other, you know, to you're going to go through Washington. I never understood that one either. It's like normally you do it in the same state that that it took place. You know, you keep it in house. Isn't she? Yeah, she's a defense attorney too. She defended a client that she did an autopsy coroner report on a victim and then turned around and represented the defendant in the case.
What? Really?
Like, how do you? Yeah, that's shit. Gosh, when did we first start discussing that? That was last spring sometime is when we really started getting into shit. And yeah, she if anybody has the link to it, I know it's like way back in my old files. It was before the computer switched, so
good.
I lost a lot of my old stuff. But yeah, it's I can't remember the case, the name, the defendant, but yeah, he unalived her. She performed, you know, stuff for the victim, and then she was representing the defendant in the case.
What is the
So it's like,
conflict of interest rules around being the coroner? I mean, surely that's not.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
I think yeah, because I think this was last spring when it was one of the last times that any lawyer from Idaho was doing interviews, because there was lawyers from Idaho doing interviews. It was like a couple months after the crime took place. Everybody's wanting to go like, what the hell is this? Okay, we need to know Idaho law. Where people are reaching out to Idaho lawyers, right? Somebody had asked this guy, this Idaho lawyer, around last spring sometime, and they said, this is one of the last ones. It might even be the last interview from an Idaho lawyer that I've seen. And they said, isn't this a conflict of interest? You know, about what we're discussing. And the gentleman and the lawyers from Idaho says, when you have proof that there's a conflict of interest, let me know. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any conflict of interest. So whenever you have one and you can prove it, let me know. And we're sitting there going, what the fuck, dude? It's right there. Like what you're saying. It's a conflict of interest to sit there and perform duties on a victim and then turn around and represent the defendant.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm actually shocked.
Yeah. And that's when we were like, are you serious? Like, this is how shit goes up there. I remember saying it on that episode. After we heard that, I'm like, man, I guess that's just how shit goes there. Because if you have a fucking lawyer on fucking YouTube, and this was a real news station interview, it wasn't like he came on YouTube channel or something. This is a station interview, and he's sitting there like, yeah, I don't see where there's a conflict of interest. If somebody laughing it off, if somebody can, you know, if somebody does, let me know. I mean, I don't see it. Let me know. And I'm just like, whoa, this is how they do it. What's up, Pixie? Ticket number 80. And usually that is what happens in these small communities because there's a lot of volunteers, and a lot of the volunteers or people that are elected into these positions because of these small communities, they end up working with other smaller communities around them because they don't have enough of a force to be able to do it on their own. So they have people from different areas. Just like the SWAT team for Kopaka had MPD people on it. They intermingle a lot, whether it's fire, safety, police, these different positions. There's a lot of intermingling going on, because where are they supposed to get all of their people? If you only have a town full of 1,500 people, you need
Okay.
some help from the outside because not everybody's going to be a firefighter in that local community or something. So, and
Makes
Emmy
sense.
had to do the autopsy. Yep. Oh yeah, they do. I'm telling you right now, like you watch some of the city meetings from Moscow, and they are so envious of Pullman. They are so envious of Pullman. Like they look at Pullman as like their bigger brother, and they try to. You know how like your younger brother always tries to copy the older brother because the older brother's really cool to the younger brother. That's exactly what they're doing. They're doing a lot of their laws and zoning and infrastructure based off of what Pullman has done. And if it doesn't line up with what Pullman's done, then they typically don't go for it. If it's something new that's brought up, they envy Pullman, even to the point where they like want to copy how they distribute water. Pullman
Okay.
is so much better than us.
So it's that competitive. Is it the same between the universities?
I don't know. I don't know if it's that. I never sensed that when I was there. Even though it's hard to explain, even though that they're so close together, I didn't see a lot of. Of course, there's always going to be intermingling with the different universities, but I didn't see a lot of the intermingling I thought I would have seen with the two universities, considering how close they were, just minutes apart. So as much as they are different states and they kind of do things together at the same time, when literally right on the state border, Moscow's a couple minutes this way, Pullman's a couple minutes this way. And it was weird because when I was in Moscow, I didn't feel like I was anywhere near close to Pullman. And when I was in Pullman, I didn't feel like I was anywhere near close to the University of Idaho. That even though they're that close, I didn't see a lot of the intermingling. So I don't know if there is a natural rivalry. There's a natural rivalry, because your two colleges close together.
Okay.
But yeah, just minutes apart. Considering how much time I spent in Pullman and Washington, or Pullman and in Moscow, and the shopping and the going around and talking to people and all these different things, I would have thought that I would have seen it more. And so I don't know. I don't know if there's necessarily a camaraderie or a rivalry. I think they
But
just
there's a
kind of
distinction.
coexist. They just kind of
Yeah.
coexist, and I think Washington recognizes itself as more of how do I put this? When I was going around Washington State University's campus talking to students, I got the impression that it was not necessarily a huge party school. It was more that about business. Like they're getting their work, they're digging in. Yeah, they party and they go out and there is a nightlife, but it's a very small nightlife compared to Moscow. The nightlife in Washington State is literally confined to 1 to 2 block strip of establishments, as in Moscow Yo, there's students walking all over the freaking place, going from one place to the next at 3 in the afternoon and at 3 in the morning. You know, just a lot of activity, partying, you know, and things like that. You go to Washington, it's like there's a couple streets that, but it's not even crazy partying.
That is
It
interesting.
seems, yeah, it's like kind of like when we were discussing the salt water and the fresh water and when they meet in the
Yeah.
ocean, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like that. Like you got the border, but you got salt water and you got fresh water. And that, I guess that's the best way to explain it.
They're just not the same, but they have to just be next to each other. Yeah.
Right. They're
Yeah.
connected to
That
each
is,
other.
I don't
No,
know.
they
In my
don't.
mind, I kind of assumed that it was, yeah. I would like, there'd be like an exchange, you know, that they would cross over, spend time together, because I mean, it's like almost feels like two campuses, but one area in a way. So I'm surprised to hear that there's like a different, I suppose it's like organizational culture between the two places. So I kind of want to know what they think of each other, like what's you know
Not
what's
that.
the normal
I mean,
banter about each other, like.
I don't think they even, like when I was there and I was, because, you know, I was there to talk about the crime at 1122, you know, to Washington State students, right? You know, because that's what I'm there to talk about. So it's not like I was talking about their college. Now, when I was talking, they really did. This is, how do I explain this? Okay, so the ocean, right? The ocean is the same community, right? The ocean, even though it's freshwater, even though it's freshwater, even though it's salt water, it's still an ocean. Okay, so that's the same community is an ocean, even though there's different water. They do it different, right? The things are done a little bit different depending on what side you're on, but they're still part of the community. So when I'm talking to Washington State students about the crime that took place with the University of Idaho students, they did talk to me like it was their community. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's like they're not they're connected. They are a community. They are part of that ocean. They just have different water, you know. And when
Yeah,
it
so they're
comes
doing
to
the same thing but differently.
yeah, and I think the reason that they have this they know best attitude is, think about your little brother, right? You know, in that situation where you have an older brother and a little brother. The little brother is going to be a little fucking know-it-all because he watched his older brother be successful, whether it's be successful or be, you know, a fuck up. So the little brother's going to have a little bit of cockiness, like, yeah, I know what I know more. I know that I'm going to be successful for if I do this and this and this, right? So he's going to be a little cocky. And that's where I think Moscow, they come off like Bill Thompson's up and, well, according to Idaho law, you know, right? Like he's always telling people how Idaho law. It's because I think that they have that, you know, that little brother complex where they've seen their older brother have success and have failures, and so they know what to do more than what maybe they did or something because they saw the failures and the successes, and that's where they get it from, the cockiness.
Learned from
I'm
the
gonna
brother.
try and find the video where I drove through that section in Pullman of their nightlife so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. And I'm going to try and pull it up. Let me see here. I think that's going back. I'm going to be going through different videos here. I don't remember which one it was. So let me see. Where's this one at? This one. Okay, that's not it. Because I can show you guys the nightlife in Pullman here. Maybe it's this one. Let's see here, because I thought it was at night. I think this is it. It might be one of them. I think I just turned down. Okay, so let me go full screen on this. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so no, I think this is when I get into Pullman.
This footage is amazing, though.
Oh, thank you. I got even more footage from the Alabama Evansville manhunt. More pictures to show you guys too. I was gonna go through those in a few as well, just to show you a little bit the different locations. So this is, it's a little teeny college town, but you see a lot of Christmas lights. It's middle of November. It's when 11:08 to 11:15. See what I'm saying? Look at that. It was 4:30. That's how dark it is at 4:30. And my camera actually brightens it up, so the sky is actually a lot brighter than in this footage than what it is in real life, because my camera it brightens it up, so that way when I'm driving at night, it also you're able to see things a little clearer instead of it being so dark. So I have the feature on there to get some kind of little bit of brightness to it at night. So that sky is a lot darker than what it is in that real footage, and it's 4:30. That's how dark it, and 4:30 in the afternoon. That's how dark it was getting at that period. Let me see. I could have swore, but I thought it was on the way back because I drove
pretty, though.
down. It is. It's so beautiful there. Okay, I think, where's this? That, let me see. Okay, that's going outskirts. Dang it. I might have to look for it. I'm trying to think of what video it was. Let me try one more. Let me try one more. Maybe it was this one. Maybe when I left. Okay, so that's when I'm leaving Moscow. The fog. That's when I'm getting out of town. I'm in Pullman. Okay, here's Pullman. This is the footage. This has got to be it. Okay, hold on. What's up, Paco?
It's the wrong side of the road for me. It's me dizzy.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I wish StreamYard would do this so it's a little easier to screen share. Okay, so let me see. This is... Where is it? I could swear this is the footage. I thought it was at night when I drove by, because I wanted to get it at night too. The downtown. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. No. It's only like a couple blocks and that's it. And you have like stores and restaurants on a couple little strips, and that's really all it is. This might not be it, because I thought I drove through it after I left Moscow, not after I got into town. But maybe I'll just kind of let it play for a minute. Let me see. How is toxicology not important? Well, I think she said that as in you could tell based off the injuries that the toxicology based off the injuries, it was probably pretty obvious that they passed away from the wounds and not necessarily any kind of substances. And I think maybe now it is important because it's going to be important if there
Yeah.
was a
There's to vaguely tell
uh-oh. I think she's freezing. Oh. Okay, I think she's freezing. So I'm going to let this play for a minute. We will be back tonight. We'll be coming back on 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. I'll be putting out a notification after the show is done. I think I'm leaving. And or is this where Walmart's at in Pullman? Oh, you're good. You're good, Rosie. Sorry about the issues there. Yes, we'll go. I'll try and figure out what footage it was. Can't remember for sure. I have so much. It's so hard to try and even organize. All right, I'm gonna show this. Give me 1 second. So this is some of the footage from the other case. Let me see here. Okay, so here's a video. I'm going to show you different locations here. Second. I got to adjust it real quick. Let's see, go full screen. All right. Let me mute that. So this is, let me see. I should be coming up to the car wash here in a minute, I believe. So this is going to be the car wash that they went to. And then I'm going to show you different video and photos of the actual like location of where that happened at the vehicle and everything. And so this is I basically took the route that I assume they would have took when it came to the car wash, the interaction at the car wash, and everything that took place after that. So coming up here is that car wash, and then we'll go ahead and pause it when we get there just to take a quick shot. So that right there's the car wash. That bay with the white vehicle. That's the bay that Casey White left the truck. And so when you see him walking around and then he walks out the front part of this wash bay, he walks over to the left because he sees Vicky White pulling up in the Cadillac, right? So they leave the truck in that wash bay right there. They leave the truck in that wash bay. She pulls up to the side. Okay, so as he is standing there, he sees her pulling up in the Cadillac, and she stops right there. So then he sees her walking out, or he sees her from the wash bay, walks out, gets into the car, and then this is when they take off. And basically they go down this road here. And we'll go through more footage later. They end up getting on the highway. They're heading to the hotel. Okay, so they're going down the highway, heading to the hotel. And then they get to Motel 41. And then I'll show you where the room they stayed in and where the FBI was staking out the hotel room. So this is Motel 41 right there, off to the side of the road. That's not the motel that's behind there. And so I just pull up here, and then you can see the sign there's the sign. I told you how cheesy the vinyl sign was and how the previous Motel 6 sign. So there you go. Now I'm going to drive you over to the room that they stayed in. And for some reason they took the door number off. So I don't know if that means that they aren't renting that room right now or not. There is a vehicle that's parked kind of in front of it, but off to the side. So I don't think there's for room 150. All right. And then that's the door that they stayed at. The one that does not have a door number on it. So they're staying in that apartment right there, right in front of us. No door number 150. They're staying in that, not apartment, but they're staying in that motel room, right? Now, the FBI, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to show you where they were staking this room out. They were staking the room out from that building straight back, which was under construction at the time. It's now a liquor store. And then the building to the right, which used to be, I think it was a Hardee's. But they were staking out from that building straight back there. And some of them were staking out from the building next to it. But mainly this building straight ahead that has the flags on it. That's where they were mainly staking out the property. And they were probably parked in vehicles where that vehicle is straight ahead to the left of us, because that'd be perfect view to have cameras and footage, and and nobody's going to notice anything. So then that's the Motel 41. Now we're going to take you by where everything happened. Okay, so they were driving down, and when you come up, you'll see this little going off to the right. Now, right up here is where Vicky and Casey White turned right into this parking lot. And then when they turned right, they instantly turned left. And they were going along the side of the building. And then basically what they were doing is they were getting chased around the side of the building because it's all fenced in right there. And so and think about this. This is what I want to show everybody. So think about this, right? You got the vehicle. Whoops, I went too far. Come on, StreamYard. Okay. So you have this right here. Now think about this. This guy, the Casey White, was driving the vehicle. and he's going as fast as he can, trying not to hit stuff, but going as fast as he can, right? Now, picture this. As soon as he hits his straightaway, he's going straight the whole time. So look at how far I can literally pick up my speed. Total straight. I'm going parallel with how the vehicle was driving. I'm going parallel. Now, as you end up, boom, go through the parking lot. You're driving on this grass field. Can you tell that there's a ditch in front of that field on the other side? So they keep going, they keep going, they keep going. Can you still tell there's a ditch? Can you tell there's a ditch? Can you tell there's a ditch? And then all of a sudden, they meet the ditch. They were getting pit maneuvered at the same time as going at a high rate of speed, and then they hit the ditch, which then made them flip over. And I'm going to show you some photos real quick, just showing you a few things. Just teasing it for the special Monday. And we'll be having plenty more too. So these are the photos of some of the... let me see. So here's... see, come on, there we go. So here's, let me see, the motel. This is the entrance to the motel. The sign on the road there. Here's a picture of the room. That's the room that they stayed in. So they basically could have, the FBI just had to have watched them like crazy. Picture of the gas station. What else do we got? Here's the picture of the road that they turned in. So they turned in that road and then went around the side of the building. Here's another shot. So as they're going through here, see how it's fenced in at this point? So they're coming around and then they're driving through this area right here. And then they're driving alongside. It's going, they go straight to the grass because they know that there's a road. They know that there's a road right here, but you don't see a ditch. Another picture. So this is how deep that ditch is. This is the view. So when you're seeing Casey getting arrested and the cops are facing a certain way, the car is right here upside down, and the police cars that are arresting Casey are right here. Another picture of the entrance that they went in. This is that little curve. So they came into the entrance right there where I showed you, came down this path here, and then curved around this way, and then started heading around the building. There's the ditch. Look. So when you're looking at this picture, you can't see a ditch over here. You just see a car. You see a road. You see trees. You don't think there's a ditch until it's too late. That's why they screamed. Because they were getting pitted, and then there was a ditch. Again, look at that picture. You don't see a ditch. It doesn't look like a ditch, does it? It looks like a road. That's just regular. Here's another view. So when you see the disturbed spot right here and the disturbed spot right here, that's your location where your vehicle was tipped upside down. Here's a closer view of it so you can see the difference. And I have like a, what do they call that? A portrait or something. See how, let me see. I'm in the way. Hold on. Okay, see how it's nice and straight, and then it kind of balloons out right here in this spot and then comes back to going in, balloons out right here. From these 2 points, it starts to balloon and then goes back and comes back. This is the spot where the vehicle was upside down. Why is it not? Okay, hold on. And then I'm going to show you a couple other pictures. Okay, so this is what it looks like inside that hole. Okay, so this is what it looks like inside. So there's your indentation right here. Your indentation of the vehicle upside down where it landed. There's another view of the other side. You see it's still disturbed. It's still disturbed. And then here's a top view of the ditch. And then I kneeled down, or no, I didn't kneel down. I just kind of went, not kneeled down, but collapsed my legs or whatever. I was still standing up. So that's what it looks like if you're just, going down like this in the ditch. Just to give some pictures, a little video. But we're going to have much more stuff coming up Monday. It's too bad, people want to try and ruin the opportunity that we have for the phone calls. But we'll go ahead and we already have all the settings changed up. I didn't think people would be douches, but, we already got that birdie warning, and I didn't think that they would actually do it. But, unfortunately, they wanted to make 4 or 5 and hop in. So I'm going to go ahead and end the show. We're going to have a discussion about Idaho 4 tonight, and I'm going to see what else we got. We might even be talking Elijah Vu. If you missed that one, check out the beginning of the show. We went through that one. 3-year-old still missing from Two Rivers, Wisconsin. And I think they already had the court appearance for the mom, right? So we'll take a look. We'll see if there's anything breaking. I'll be back on at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. We'll hang out some more and chit chat some more about this Idaho 4 stuff. I wanted to get into some more stuff with that than we did. And I want to say shout out to True Crime Overtime with Rosie. I appreciate her very much. Thank you for joining the show today. And we'll be continuing our Incel series coming up next week. If you're not subscribed, please go subscribe to Rosie. She's got some good videos. And we're going to be going into some of those videos tonight, too. Some of the things that she brought up. So shout out to her. Thank you all. Appreciate you guys' the support and everything that you do for the true crime community and the peace, positivity, and progress. We will see you later on. Thank you. Peaceful and positive evening. Get your stomach full of that good stuff. I wish I could get some A&W. Unfortunately, we ain't got none. Thinking about this Idaho footage. We'll come back tonight. We'll hang out. And I'll get a notification out here in the next half an hour. So go ahead and look for it. Thank you all. Appreciate you. We will see you later tonight.